Maybe she would be better at it.
So we had already used to talk about, I need to.
Good morning. The August 24, 2023 meeting of the Corvallis School Board is called to order at 8:49 a.m. In the interest of public health and safety for all community members, especially for immunocompromised individuals and their families, the Corvallis School Board will continue to offer a virtual option for board members and district personnel participation. Additionally, public comment is available at some meetings, both in person and virtually. Information about how to provide public comment is available on the Corvallis School District website. The board agenda and packet, as well as the link to the district YouTube channel, are available on the school board page on the district website. Public meetings are live streams on the district's YouTube channel, and a recording is posted to the same channel typically the day after the meeting. Today we have co-vice chairs Tomini and Jones and directors of Alaptara, Finger McDonald, Largen and Hawkins, and myself in attendance in person with no board members absent today or attending virtually. And I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Ryan.
Thanks. Well, thank you for being here this morning. We really appreciate all of our community members coming together along with our board members today to spend the day together. Because this is a board meeting or board retreat, we do have 2 owls set up, one near Melissa and one near Eric, which will be running throughout the day so that if folks want to watch the meeting, they can. At the same time, for folks who would want to watch the meeting, there'll be a lot of movement and interaction, so it will be sort of limited in what people could actually pay attention to there. And we do have some seats in the back in case someone wanted to come and observe the meeting. With that, I appreciate you all coming today, coming over to Albany for the meeting. We had the hot air balloons out there just for you this morning as you came over. That was my first order of work to make this a successful day. So check that off the list. I did want to take just one quick moment so everybody can introduce themselves so we know who's in the room, because we have our board here, we have staff here, we have community members here. And for me, this day is exciting because it's the culmination of a lot of work that's gone on. We started meeting with community members last winter and through this spring to talk about the board goals that we've had and to get input in terms of where we need to be headed for the next 5 years. And this is the culmination of the work that happened with community and with all of you here today to really solidify what those areas are of focus and emphasis as we continue the great work we do for kids in our community. So those of you who are here today, volunteering your time, participating, we do really appreciate it because our goals and our work is only as good as the input we receive from our community and the values that you bring forward and the way that you entrust your children to us. So this is important work. And again, I'm just really feel fortunate to have all of you here with us today, representing community and the work that we do together. So what I'm going to do is to do a quick look around. I won't make you hold the mic. I'm just going to have you stand up if you're able and introduce yourself, who you are and how you are connected to the work of our community. So as a parent, as a staff member, as someone representing an organization, and again, just so we have a sense of who's all in the room together. And Ricardo, since you're at the front of the room, let's start with you.
Good morning, Ricardo Contreras, Executive Director of Casa Latinos Unidos. And how am I connected to the school in different ways? First, I have a son, 16 years old, who you know, his friend, and in Corvallis High School, but also our organization is based at Garfield Elementary, and we provide wraparound support services to families of the district and families of Benton and Lee County. Thank you.
Good morning, thank you.
I'm Gustavo Esparza, former student of the district. I graduated in 2017. My brother also graduated from the district earlier this year. And my role in the district is also as part of Casa Latinos Unidos. I coordinate a project for high school students called Youth Next, which hundreds of here as well.
Awesome.
Not gonna stand, foot's broken. I'm Leah Kidder and I'm an assistant principal at Linus Pauling Middle School.
Lauren, are you able to hear everything that's we're doing? Okay, good.
I'm Angel Pear. I am a parent. What do I do this?
Keep doing
And I'm a racial equity consultant, and also I work with the district, the part of Delta and DEI. And I'm
Hi, everybody. My name is Jermaine Joseph Hayes, and I'm one of the assistant principals at Corvallis High School. I'm also parents. I have one daughter at Garfield Elementary and an incoming sixth grader at Linus Pauling.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nikki McFarland. I am the high school coordinator. I work at the central office and I have a third grader at Garfield also.
Lee Whitebear, I use she, her pronouns. I am the chair of the school board and I have a child at Lincoln and a child at CHS and participate in Delta as well and DEI. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Kelly Losey, Communications Coordinator for the district, and I have a sixth grader at Linus Pauling, amazing, and a fourth grader at Catherine Jones Harrison. Hi, I'm Sarah Finger McDonald. I am a member of the school board, and I have a son who graduated from the district last year and a daughter who's in eighth grade at Linus Pauling. Hi, I'm Stephanie Seals, and I am the principal at Shelby Middle School.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Marcy Ann, and I'm a coordinator of multilingual programs and equity. And I have two daughters who've since graduated from the Corvallis School District. And they love every school and every grade, every teacher.
My name is Carlos Valdez. I work at Corvallis High School. I'm a student of County Advocate and also transportation in the station. And I used to say that I have three kids. One of them graduated a couple of years ago, and I still have 1,200 kids that I need to get them graduated.
I'm Krista Schmieder. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an alum of Corvallis School District. I have two kids in the district at Lincoln and at LP. I'm also a ceramics teacher and the union president for the certified staff. And then my most recent thing is I'm one of the board directors for the Oregon Education Association for District 11, which goes from Lincoln County to Central and then down to Monroe.
Congratulations.
Morning, I'm Kim Johnson and I'm a middle school coordinator and I work out of the district office. Buenos dias, I'm Jennifer Bonacel and I am the K-12 math specialist, teacher on special assignment in Corvallis School District.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Still, one of the assistant principals at Crescent Valley, and I had two children that graduated from Crescent Valley.
Good morning, everyone. Melissa Harder, assistant superintendent. I do all the things. I'm proud to have two graduates from Corvallis School District who went all the way through K-12.
Good morning, I'm Judah Largent. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm one of the two new directors.
Okay, my name is Stephen Sandoval, and I'm a mentor to student district, mostly attending teachers of new teachers in the ELI program. Also have two daughters at Garfield School. One is going to first grade and the other one is going to third grade.
My name is Byron Becker, I'm a lot of you, and also a parent, I think, in kindergartner.
I'm Kelly Abbott. I am a parent of three kids at the Corvallis School District. One going into sixth grade at Linus Pauling and then two at CHS in 11th and 12th grade. I'm also the MTSS specialist with Byron at Mountain View. I'm Tish. My son just graduated from PHS and I'm a staff member at Catherine Jones Harrison Elementary.
I'm Chris Hawkins. I am really in the middle. I don't know.
Yeah, I won't get hear you, so that's.
I three children graduated from Corvallis School District. I have four grandchildren in the district right now, one at CV, one at CHS, one at Franklin, one at Adams. I retired from the school district a year ago after working 37 years, and I am now one of the new school board members.
I'm Eric Wright, College Hill principal, parent of 4 Corral Schools graduates, and husband of the Franklin principal, so.
I'm Eileen Lewis. I'm a junior at Collegeville High School.
Hello, my name is Liam Gottlieb. I'm also a junior, but at Corvallis High School, and I am Corvallis High School School Board Representative.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. It's an exciting day. My name is Amy Leeson. I'm elementary coordinator for our district. I work in central office with all these other lovely folks. And I have 2 kiddos in our district that have gone through a DLI program. And the son is going into freshman year, and daughter is a junior at CHS.
That freshman thing kind
Yeah, there was a deep breath there. I'm Lauren Wolf. I'm the business services manager and about to be a parent of a kinder at Lincoln.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Olivia Myers-Book. I am the Director of Finance and Operations for the school district. I work at the district office.
I'm Jennifer Duval, Human Resources Director for the Corvallis School District Office.
I'm Peter Henning, principal at Adams, parent of 3 Adams alligators, and husband of a teacher at Franklin.
Sean Bernard, special education coordinator, out of district office, but not there very often.
And parent of a pig.
And parent of a pig.
I'm Amy Ray. I am the Franklin principal. And I want to say something different. So I worked with everybody from kindergarten to 12th grade. Dinner.
Mindy Hanlon, the CPSS Foundation Board, and I'm chair of the board this year.
Smith, I'm a classified staff member. I'm on the behavior team, Michelle Wilson.
Sabrina, I work in student services out of the district office, so special ed, mental health, behavior. And then.
You name it.
I have 2 wonderful children, but they grow up a woman.
There's our line.
I'm Shauna Tomini, she, her pronouns, as the vice chair of the school board. I am also a K through 12 Corvallis alum, graduated from CB in '97, and I currently have an 8th grader who's helping out at Weber Sheldon, who's so excited to meet you. And I'm sure you'll connect with her too, but hopefully not tonight. An aunt of 2 kids in the district as well. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Angela Hibbard. I'm the executive director of the Corvallis Public Schools Foundation. We work with the community to raise funds to support our schools. And I have 2 kiddos, a freshman and a junior at Hudson Valley.
Hi, my name is Sami Adabropo, he, him, his pronouns. I'm a school board member, and how many kids do I have? 6,763. I claim them all, none of my own.
You got 2 observers today.
Yeah, I get to go. And ever since you talked about the owl, all I can see are the eyes. Literally staring right at me. It's very.
No pressure, no pressure.
I'm Therese Jones. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a member of the school board, co-vice chair this year. I also am a parent of an incoming 7th grader. And I was specifically instructed to say hi to Garfield and specifically Maestro Sandoval. So I pass on my mistakes. So, yeah.
And Chris Leffler, I'm the executive director of the Student Education Foundation. So you're going to be learning a little bit about the framework and the work that we did at OJ. And happy that Wellcast invited me to be part of what's going on today. And it's like a really great group coming together. And I hope it's very productive.
Rob and consulting, and I appreciate the opportunity to be observed this wonderful activity. Thank you.
And I didn't introduce myself, I just started. So I'm Ryan Austin, the superintendent of the school district. I use he, his pronouns, and this is the beginning of year 8 in this role. So I feel like you're all family and this is my community, which is a great way to go.
I'm Kim Nelson, and I'm the work secretary in my.
That's not an easy job.
And then I want to introduce Rob. Yes, so Rob is going to be our facilitator today. I've known Rob for many years and I'm just excited for him to be able to spend time with our community today. And he has kids in the district as well. So anything you want to add, feel free to add. But
Rob Hess, he, him pronouns, and I'm very excited to be here today. I've been doing some consulting since a previous superintendent in the neighboring district over there in Lebanon, and then I've been doing a consulting since 2018, working with school boards and districts. And last year I was a chief of staff down in Eugene, so we did a lot of really deep work there. And this year, my focus down there is making the policies that we did actually happen in the schools. So a lot of the, they call it the shadow man work. So I don't really have a title, but anyway, that's kind of my focus. And today I'm very excited to be with you. It's a big honor. I've done board retreats before, but never one like this. And what is great about it is you're not just talking about inclusiveness, you are actually including people. So that is different. That's what a lot of very few districts actually do that. I know it's more work, I know it's more effort, but you know, I've read through the effort that you did to talk to the community, and I know where you're at in the process of can we get these goals? We've got a decision we're making about the next 5 years. Now, this is a work session, so no decision will be made here today, but we hope that as the board listens and participates with all of you throughout the day, we've got a lot of different activities planned that will help inform them when they do make their decisions about the goals for the next 5 years. So very exciting. All right, so when I was thinking about today, I thought, what would be great? What would what the best outcome possible? And that made me think of this little guy. So this is Isaiah. Isaiah, my wife and I do foster care. And actually we have 3 kids coming into Corvallis, 2 seniors this year, Corvallis High School. So I'm invested in the decisions you make. So that's kind of fun, and then also a sophomore. But this little guy was with us a few years back. We've had about 25 different kids that have come through our home, and we do kind of like when kids are first getting removed from the home and they're kind of in crisis and things are really hard. That's kind of that's the band that we work with, that we specialize. And this little guy's Isaiah. And when we got Isaiah, we always, hey, what are you interested in? What do you like to do? He's like, I want to go fishing. Can you take me fishing? I'd like to go fishing. And I mean, when they're little, sometimes you think, well, they might just be kind of a little bit interested, and maybe they, because I don't even have a fishing pole, or a fishing license. So it was like new learning for me. But eventually we were able to get Isaiah out on the lake, and that was the pole we got him. So that was, that's a $9.99 from Weimar on the way to the lake. So there we were, and guess what happened that day?
Oh,
that little guy caught a monster on that little pole, and that pole was catching more fish that day than any of the other poles. And that look was priceless. So what I'm hoping today, expectation, is that you can have a great outcome today and be able to leave today having some amazing conversations that can inform the goals that you're going to select that are going to guide your district for the next 5 years. So that's what I'm hoping for. And you guys ready to have some fun?
Yes.
All right. So to do that, you all came in with a card. You picked a card. If you didn't pick a card, you still have time to get one, but not right now. Wait until I dismiss you. What we're going to do is what's nice about cards is there's 4 types, right? 4 different suits. And so what I'd like you to do is take a look at your card that you picked. And remember, that was a decision you made. There was 3 different choices of cards, and you picked one of the choices. Okay. Life is all about decisions we make determine our future. What I really appreciate about the social emotional learning work that has really grown in the last few years is one of the standards is decision making. And so at a very young age, we're teaching children how to make decisions. And we know that that some of the high stakes choices that they make, especially in the high school, really will determine outcomes for their future. So that's what Forte did. We partnered with, the Decision Education Foundation. I'll show you some of our work we do to come around equity and decision making a little bit later. But we take all of our ninth graders through a structured curriculum about making decisions. And so I'll share a little bit about that with you. And today is a big decision-making day because you're going to be looking at goals and thinking about what's going to impact our community and kids. So that's the 6,000 kids, right, that you've got. This is big stakes. So what I'd like you to do is I'm gonna invite you to have a conversation with someone that you don't know. Okay, and I'm gonna separate you into 4 groups by the suit of the card you picked. Okay, so when I say go, you're gonna if you picked a spade, I want you to come to this corner. All right, if you picked the diamond, to that corner. If you ended up with club, we'll go that corner there, and a heart where Ryan is, okay? Now, this is the chaos theory part of the presentation, and I have no idea if these groups are gonna be balanced, but we're all gonna find out here in a minute if they are. But when you get to your corner of the associated card, spade, diamond, hearts. When you get to your corner, find someone that you don't know. You heard about everyone in the room, but someone that you haven't met before, and you would like to get to know a little bit better. If you know everyone in the room, then just pick someone that you'd like to have a deeper conversation with. And the topic to start with is your card. Okay, so there was 3 types of cards, and each of these cards has a little story. Okay, this card right here, this deck, is all art from Springfield Public Schools. So what they did is they had students produce art, and this is all unique art that was produced throughout their district, and they made a deck of cards out of it. Cool way to promote art and student voice. So the card that you picked, look at the picture that's on it, and does that make you think of? All right, have a conversation about starting a conversation about what's on your card. If you picked one of these cards, there's also a story about those. This actually is a similar deck, they just have different faces, but this was when one of my kids graduates from college, I take him on a trip. And 10 years ago, when my son's graduated, and he wanted to go to New York, I'm like, never been there, but I'm game. So we went to New York, and we just spent days and days in museums, right? So going around and one of the pictures, paintings actually, was this one right here. And it was big as a wall, and I was just amazed by it because it had no, they don't know who painted it. It was unknown. And then I couldn't have found out that it was most likely a female, because in those days, females were not allowed to paint, like they got in trouble. So if they wanted to be painter or create art, they had to do it anonymously or take on the name of a man. And I thought, man, I should not be 50 years old and learning that for the first time. That's messed up. But so I took a picture of it, and a friend of mine made cards of sayings from the internet. So if you picked one of these cards, you got a saying from the internet, and have a conversation about that. How did that make you think or feel? So I would like the cards back. So if you haven't found a card and it was special to you, you can take a picture of it. But when we're done the activity, you could put them back on the desk. That would be great. So does everyone know what you need to do? You're gonna go to a corner, and you're gonna have a conversation with someone that you don't know very well about your card. Start there. All right, are you ready? All right.
right, I already. Get there.
Okay, ready? So, did you get to know someone in your little group? Now notice these groups are almost perfectly even. I think there's 41 people that participating right now, and that group has 11. But they're all 10, 10, 10, 11. And I should probably just quit right now and go to like America's Got Talent or something. But so this is great. You know, there's a great book out there, Susan Scott, called Fierce Conversations. And one of the quotes that she uses in that book is that though no conversation is guaranteed to make a difference or change the world, any single conversation can. And the power of conversation, whether you're working in a school, talking to a student, or working with a parent or family, has the power to change the world for somebody. So hopefully that conversation you just had now was meaningful and helpful. But so now we're gonna do another activity. You ready? Now we're gonna have a little competition. Okay. All right, you guys down for that? All right. So this is how this is gonna work. The groups are relatively even, so this is gonna be fair competition. And what you have to do is in your group, you have to organize by birthday. Okay, self-organized by birthday in a circle from January to December. Okay. And whatever group gets done the fastest, gonna get this soccer ball. Yeah, that's first place. If you get second or third place, you're gonna get a beach ball, which is also pretty cool. And the group that's last is not gonna get anything. Okay? All right, now, no, I can't start yet. No, let's start it yet. No cheating. We got somebody going to jail today because they, just kidding. Kind of, but anyway, so you have to self-organize without using any words. Okay? So it's gotta be silent. You can use gestures or hand signals, but you have to get in the correct order, not birth year, not doing that, just birth day. Okay, so we're not doing that, we're not organizing by age, only by the order of birth in the year. Okay, are we ready? All right, when you're done and you think you got it, you have to raise your hands that you're done. Okay, so Ryan and I can judge who wins. All right, on your mark, get set, go.
Kim.
Done.
You guys are done? I heard it down here. All right, check, double check. You gotta talk now, make sure you're done. All right, going for the last beach ball right now. Yeah. Oh, you're done? Was there some cheating over there with the group that was supposedly done?
Yeah.
Already still playing. Okay, you actually get it now. And you're good? So you actually got first place then?
Yeah.
All right, you go. Hey, this group's still working.
All right, they're done.
All right, now everyone say the people that came in last place. Aww. You. Here. Now, for everyone else, you can play a little bit. Okay, now here's, if you have a soccer ball, you get to play with it, with this one, the game you get to play right now. Is you can, with your feet, just try to, go back and forth and. You can't use your hands on this soccer ball, but you can just kick it, don't hurt each other. Just try to keep it in the circle, see how long you can, how many times you can keep it in the circle. And with the beach ball, you get to use your hands and you can pop it around. See how long you can keep it on. Okay, just kind of play around a little bit. All right, so beach ball. You guys, unfortunately, don't get to anything but watch. Other people, wow. All right, let's give yourself a hand. Yeah. So look around your group. This is your home group. Okay, we're gonna come back to the groups a little bit later. So high five each other, say thanks, homies, and go back to your seats. All right, thanks, homies. Great, I'm doing toys up here. Right, so. Hopefully you got to meet someone new. Hopefully you. There's two people that found out they had their birthday buddy. Yeah, and now they're sitting by each other, so. Do we have another birthday buddy? Do we have another birthday buddy in Discovery?
Yeah, in our group,
All right.
our March people.
These are March people too.
Yeah.
Same day, very fun. Oh, that's cool. All right, so we got to have a little activity, a little fun, and let's talk a minute about infinite versus finite games. There's a whole research area on this, and whenever there's a winner and a loser, that's a finite game. Okay, so when you do like we've done a lot of soccer on TV, right? Lately, we had Messi winning the whole thing out of nowhere. You had the Women's World Cup, which had a lot of interesting stories in that, and like high stakes, right? I mean, like the US team was kind of like their favorite to win, and they lost, and now the coach doesn't have a job. Those things happen, right? Finite, high stakes games, win, lose. And then there's infinite games. Infinite games are playing catch with your kids. Okay, where you're both just enjoying the time together. Okay, so for instance, when you're keeping the beach ball up in the air, that's an infinite game. Hey, this is fun for us. You know, we all win together when we're able to keep it going. And if someone is like going crazy or hitting it too hard, then the group doesn't do as well. Okay, so, but I also threw a little finite game stuff into the mix because I had one team that lost. Didn't get anything. All right, how'd that feel? It was not fun. I didn't get to play with the ball, right? But you'll notice that when I put it out there for a competition, a finite game, some people got super excited, right? Oh, yeah, let's do this. Let's try to win the birthday thing. Okay, because that's what people do is they use, you know, human nature to create winners and losers to motivate people to do things. And that's the world we live in, but unfortunately, when we make schools that way, it's not good for all kids. You know, because public school, especially public school, should be a place of infinite game. Everyone is winning and the whole group is being elevated together. So what you think about that? Because as we look at these goals and as we talk, we want to think about, are we creating winners and losers? Or are we helping to elevate everyone? And our system by design has these elements of winning and losing that are built into it. And we have to actually stop ourselves and think sometimes to dismantle those systems. When a teacher is upset with a student who forgot their homework or didn't bring a pencil or doesn't remember XYZ on their password, you know, or the student's misbehaving, and that teacher gets into a finite game with that student, winner or loser, you're not following directions, you're out of here, right? Then like that's not the system we want. We're trying to create systems of where people feel supported all the way through. A couple of the girls we're working with right now at home in our foster care, they from traumatic backgrounds of abuse that they've experienced, and so they have preferred names, and their preferred names are because of the trauma associated with their birth name. And sometimes people get upset when someone's using you know, why are they using these preferred names? You know, the synergy says this, and they want me to call them that. I can't remember. It's like there may be a deep reason why that someone's requesting that. And it's important that we see and understand and see people where they're at. That's a tenet of the infinite game. So we had in 4J, the association president, you know, things are not going well. There's some project we're working on, and she brought up some things that we probably could do different as a district. And the things that she listed, you know, I took a picture of it because it was, actually I wrote it down. I'm like, Sabrina, can you tell me what that was again? Not this Sabrina, I know Sabrina. Almost as cool as you. Almost as cool as you. But, and you know, these are, I'll share them with you a little bit later, but these are like the tenets of the infinite game, that we're gonna listen to each other, that together we can do better, that when we stop trying to win at all costs, or that there's enough for everyone. Okay, so we're gonna look at that today. We're also gonna look into decision tree. So I want you to think about that. I may come back to it, but that was an intro. All right, so right now I'm gonna pass out this. This is a decision-making framework that we used in 4J. I think it'll be helpful. Just as we.
Is there one for everyone?
Yeah, there's one for everyone. I believe there should be.
Sabrina, you're doing that very well.
I'm not an expert on this model, but The expert is actually in the room, Chris Spencer. So if you have questions about that, you want to catch Chris during the break or lunchtime, he's here all day. And he can help explain some of the elements of this. But when you have a good decision, these are the 6 elements that go into that good decision. Okay, you have a useful frame. What's the problem you're trying to solve? You have values that drive that decision. You explore alternatives. You look at information. You have the information you need to make that good decision, and then you put it all together with sound reasoning, and then you make a commitment to following through. So when we think about your goal setting today, right? You have a lot of useful information, because you talked to a lot of people about what should be done. You have some values that have been shared. I got a hold of this book, Emergent Strategy. Okay, this is a book that I believe the board is reading. I don't know if other people are reading it, but awesome book about, and some of the concepts and the values were shared in the email that went out, that Ryan sent out, that just the fact that you're including all these people is a value of decentralization. This is not just the board getting together and coming up with goals. This is listening to people that represent the community, right? So that's a value. That's an important element of the chain. So we'll go over these. These are the 6 elements, and I want to share with you. There's actually the website, Decision Education Foundation. I think there's probably a call out to your website, right, Chris, on here? On this. But what we did in 4J is we took this chain that Decision Education is probably 25, 30 years in the making. And we looked at our equity lens that we had in 4J, and then we made an equity engine. And the reason why we really want to use that word engine instead of lens is we're tired of just looking at the problem. We actually want to go somewhere. We actually want to see outcomes change for our historically underserved populations. So that's the expectation, that you're not really doing equity if the outcomes aren't changing. If you're not digging into that and like asking those hard questions. So we took the concepts from here, combined with our lens, and came up with an engine. And that's kind of a frame we use as we do the work down there in 4J. So this is yours. You can have that and see that, but it may be something to think about as you're having conversations today. You're gonna have a lot of conversations today. I'm gonna do very little talking. And as you do those, be thinking about your purpose. Are you including everyone? Are the things you're deciding actionable? Are there outcomes that you're identifying, et cetera? Okay. Now, to introduce you just to the chain in itself, this video in about 4 minutes will explain a better job of the chain than I will in double that time. So I'm gonna play this video for you. And just so you can get an introduction to these elements. And the audience of this video is, 9th grade, 10th graders, that's kind of who it's designed for. So there's no cussing or anything, but it is, it's not a design for adults.
A difficult decision, not knowing what to do. Because the future is uncertain, and we make a decision without knowing the eventual outcome. So how can we be confident we're making a quality decision? I know I'm making a good decision if I'm fully satisfied each of the following 6 requirements. 1, I'm clear on the problem I'm solving. 2, I've identified what I truly want. 3, I've generated a good set of alternatives. 4, I've gathered the relevant information. 5, I've evaluated alternatives to find the one that gets me the most of what I truly want. 6, I'm committed to follow through on my choice. All 6 elements are required. That means the weakest of the elements will define the quality of our decision. We represent these elements as a chain with 6 links. We can use this image to remind us that a decision is only as strong as its weakest link. A helpful frame guides our approach by helping to make clear what will and will not be decided, when the decision should be made, and who should be involved. Our frame has a big impact on our eventual decision, so it's worth the effort to get it right. If you don't understand your situation, you could develop solutions to the wrong problem. Clear values are a statement of what we want and don't want to happen as a result of our decision. Clear values help us make trade-offs because often we can't get everything we want. A good decision needs creative alternatives. These are the possible courses of action for which we can choose. A good set includes significantly different choices we can act upon. We'll want to gather useful information to improve our understanding of the problem we need to solve and help us design alternatives. When information is unknown or uncertain, making estimates and using probability helps us understand how uncertainty impacts the decision. By using relevant, trustworthy facts about the past and unbiased judgments about the present or future, we can determine which alternatives are more or less attractive. The next link is sound reasoning. Reasoning tools help us focus our thinking to combine values, alternatives, and information for decision-making. When we've reasoned clearly about a decision, we can complete the statement, "I'm choosing this alternative because." The final link is commitment to follow through. If we're deliberate in creating strong links in the first 5 elements, the best action becomes clear. Successful follow-through requires we commit our time, effort, or money, and plan ahead so we're prepared to overcome obstacles. Now, we can shift from intention to action because we have no more reservations. Before making our decision, we consider the quality of the links. We ask ourselves, have I done my best on every link in the chain? If we're not satisfied, we have more work to do. We're making the best decision we can when each link is so strong that improving it further isn't worth more effort or delay. That's how we can use foresight, not hindsight, to explore the issue at hand, weigh our options, and make better decisions.
That's beautiful. So that's a brief overview. So a frame, our frame today, what's the problem we're trying to solve? We're trying to walk out of here with a solid idea of some goal directions for the next 5 years. Okay, so that is high stakes, and that's a big deal. I know you've been working on this for, you've been working on the goals, and then you've been talking to people about the goals, and now we're gonna dig into them. And one of the things that goes along with the helpful frame is what's called a hip check. So we ask ourselves the questions, how will the decision made today change things? Well, it's gonna change things because the board's gonna be allocating resources in directions to achieve this goal. Well, what we did in 4J, we came up with 3 goals. And then we gave those 3 goals to every school and said, you have to design your school improvement plan based on these 3 goals. So you need to tell us what you're doing at your site for, to achieve equitable outcomes for your underserved students. So we shifted from everyone will grow this much to look at your focal groups in your school and then decide the ones who are behind, what specific thing you're going to be doing with that group. Because if that group does better, we think everyone will do better. It's called targeted universalism. So that's just an example of how we took the goals and we drove them all the way into the organization. So that will change things when you do it that way. Next is the impact just you or others, right? Well, this is going to impact others. So it's a big decision. And is it permanent or reversible? Now you could go and change goals. The board always has that ability to do that. So there is some, it's not
it could be changed, but if the goals are the right goals and we're directing resource and support to it, then it doesn't make a lot of sense to change things unless things aren't working. So this is the frame. So that's the problem we're trying to solve today. So what we hope is as you get into groups and work through this, that we're gonna try to come up with some goals you really feel good about. So you're gonna be the number of your name tag is the group that you're in. All right, so if you have a 1 on your name tag, where are the ones? Raise your hand if you have a 1. The ones are gonna be sitting at this table, right, Ryan?
Yep.
Okay, and when I say, when we take our break, we come back, you're gonna sit in here, okay, all the ones. And your topic is gonna be student achievement, the student achievement goal, okay? The 2s, who has a 2 on the nurse? Okay, you're gonna be at this table, and your topic is going to be equitable systems. You're gonna be talking about that, okay? And digging into that topic, that goal area. Now, just because that's the goal area, you can change the title, you can work on the sentence, you'll have a starting place from what the goals were before. You'll have the data that you can look at, but you're gonna be digging into that, and the goal will be that you'll be able to come up with a statement, okay, that you can feel real strong about as a group. And then other people are gonna be able to weigh in on it, because in the afternoon, you're gonna be working on this until lunchtime. In the afternoon, we're gonna do rotation. So you're gonna be able to see the work of the other groups, but you're gonna become an expert at your group. Okay, so that's gonna be area 2. And if things get stuck or things get hard, that's okay. You're gonna work through it, and we'll be here to help. I'll be here, Ryan will be here. Each table also has a facilitator. So do the facilitators know which group they're helping with?
Not yet.
Not yet, so coach back there is gonna make that call. No pressure. 3, you have a 3 on your. Okay, the 3s are gonna be at that table. And the 3s are gonna be talking about the goal area number 3, which was real world learning. Okay, you're gonna be digging into that. And then the 4s, with the 4s. Okay, the 4s are at that table, and you're gonna be looking at the topic that was previously known as health and wellness. Now, the reason why we're only looking at 4, we used to have 5, is because we sent out the survey for you guys to give us some feedback about what was going, and let me show you that data. Let me show you that data came back, and it was pretty clear that a goal area 5 is not something that people really wanted to spend much time on. And over almost half of you said, we did that goal, we passed the bond, we built the things, and now we're ready to do that. So let me show you the results from that here. If I can do that. So of the people that responded to that little survey, look at that. People were able to choose, these are the areas that people chose that they want to work on today. And so the intent of doing that was to have you work in an area that you were passionate about, because the board wants to hear your voice on these topics. So if you got a number on your tag and you're not passionate about that, then you can blame Ryan Noss for that, because Ryan did make he looked at all the data. So you can trade out of a group if you want, but you have to get permission from him, because I don't know the people like he knows the people. So, but hopefully everyone is in an area that they're passionate about. And if you're the one person that said you want to work on long range planning and facilities, I'm sorry, that's not one of the topics today. But if you're upset about that, I'll work with you personally. So, but this is why we did that activity, right? Because, so you helped inform that decision. So we have the 4 areas. Now, if the board wants to come back later and add a 5th, they can do that. They can add a 6th. Whatever they get 4 votes to do, they can do. But for today's activity, we're gonna focus on them. Okay? So that is that. And we're gonna break into those groups here real soon, because I believe in lots of movement. There is that. All right, so before we launch into groups, let's talk a minute about values. The values is another important part of the chain. And in your discussions, these are some values that, yes,
Sorry, before we move on, I had a quick question about the long run
long range.
facility.
Yeah,
So that doesn't mean that the schools that didn't get the upgrade
no,
are left out. It just means it gets taken care of at a different.
right, exactly. Yeah. I didn't mean to belittle the importance of facilities or long range planning, but there are more projects to be done. And it's the board's job to make sure those things get done. But as far as a goal area today to discuss, it won't be one of the ones that gets discussed today, but it definitely is important work. And that is something that, that the board, they're responsible for it. It's on their radar, just not for the today's meeting.
Angel, part of it was, it's tied to the bond too, and that's starting to like reach the end. So, and it's, yeah, so it's very specific about that.
Yeah, and at some point there'll be another long range facilities plan, but as far as this activity for this in the next 5 years, not for, won't be part of what we do today, okay? All right. So some of the values that you've identified coming into this meeting is interdependence. That means that we rely on each other. So it's kind of fun to just do this on your own, but not very fun. Right? You need other people to play the infinite game. So that is important. And decentralization, that we're going to distribute the decision-making, we're going to distribute the thought process so we get better ideas. That's a value that you've identified. And so all the activities today are designed to get at that. In addition, there's this notion of fractals. What we practice at the small scale sets the pattern for the whole system. Super cool concept. And very, it's that the whole targeted universalism example that I shared with you, that if you could work with a small group and lift them up, you can learn the lessons that will scale to larger groups. So that's exists in the real world and in science. And so this is a teacher leader I really respected, told me one time, listen, Rob, you touch what you can reach. You can't change it all. You can't do it all, but whatever you can touch, make a difference there. So. And then this notion of emergent strategy, that when we do that, the concepts that I read about in here that we're trying to connect as a value for today is that you're gonna build relationships. That's why you had conversations with someone about a card, right? We're going to be adaptive. In other words, we're not gonna have it all planned out. We're gonna see what the groups come up with. We're going to look at small and try to scale the big. We're gonna use each other, decentralize, and we're gonna try to transform things. So that's what hopefully we're gonna pull the fish out of that lake, right? Okay. So those are the two things that we're just gonna stop right there. And we're gonna move into groups now. So I'm gonna leave this slide up as we go into the groups. I don't know, Ryan, if you have anything you wanna say, Ryan?
Are you gonna go to a break and then come?
Yeah, we're gonna do break then groups.
Okay, so Lou needs to send us to a break once you're done.
Okay, cool. So we'll do the slides and then Lou will be, give you the mic. Do your thing. All right. So one of the things as you start in your group is I want you to introduce yourself in terms of what resources, skills, experience do you bring into the space of your group, okay? We're doing a project called equity-based MTSS in 4J. And, we're gonna get started, we're gonna get all the kids, we're gonna identify them, we're gonna universal screen, and we're gonna get the elephant. And like our coach said, listen, you need to stop right there. Like you're at year 0. I don't even want you to think about getting started yet, because you don't even know what you have in the room, like the resources that you have. So it's important that each person brings something special to your table today. And so find out what that might be, okay? So this is called resource mapping. So you're gonna resource map your who's in your group and for first. And then you're gonna think about your goal title. What do you want it to be? Do you want it to be what it was before, student achievement, or do you wanna change that somehow? Okay? And you're gonna have access to each other. You're gonna have access to this. And you remember the movie Apollo 13? When they're up in space and everything went bad? And they said, okay, we gotta bring this to home. And so we need this square filter to fit into this round hole, and you can only use this stuff. And all the people, down on Earth came up with a process on what they could do to solve that problem. And a lot of our schools are doing that right now, right? They've got this kid that has this problem, and we only have these resources, and we can't get more. So how do we use each other and what we have to solve it? So think about, you've got your resources, is your group today. What do you want that goal title to be? Is it, so have that conversation. Then think of your goal statement. So you're gonna have a title and a statement. And you might come up with some alternatives, like you might break into small groups, like 2 or 3, and like, let's do that. I'm not gonna tell you to do that, but if your facilitator says, hey, let's break into groups and come back, permission granted, okay? You can develop some alternatives. And what also may come up as you talk about student achievement or real world learning is you might be thinking about some strategies that could get after that, okay? Now, remember, in your previous goals, you have some strategies listed and identified, right? Like when I look at on your goals last time. In your goal document, you have the goal statement, you have the goal title, the statement, and then you have some strategies listed. So that may come up where like, hey, that one strategy, that was good strategy. We're not done with it. We need to keep doing that. Or you know what? The strategy didn't really work. We tried it. We need a new strategy. So that may be something that gets discussed. Now, today's job is not to determine the strategies. That's administration's job to bring those forward. But administration, they want to tap the wisdom in the room as well. And so I'm going to give you a tool to capture any strategies that come up. And there's no bad ideas. So if you've got a strategy that's great, you can identify it. You'll have an opportunity to do that. You'll also have an opportunity in your group to think of activities that support the goal. Now, the difference between a strategy is the strategy is a broad, longer term, actions you're taking, and activity is something real specific, shorter term. So there may be like a particular activity that you think needs to happen to make real world learning a reality. You'll have a chance to jot that down, okay? Because the administration wants to capture those too. And then, are there any key progress indicators, right? Are there any KPIs, what we call, that you can use to measure progress toward the goal? These are all the things that we want you talking about and we're capturing it in your conversation, okay? So, do you understand the assignment? Any questions? Yeah.
So, one of the things the board has talked about, okay, in my board, so that was me, but about how our goal statements are very like absolute right now, and that's something like that, one of the reasons I went to the community, like all students, right? And like, how do you do that in 5 years? And so if you have any suggestions on some of that, like how to work through that as groups, where there's these large statements that are like, where that's obviously we want all students to graduate and stuff like that, but like in 5 years, how do we do that? And so that's where it became, we had a lot of conversations, like, are these values or are these goals? And and it's the same thing with goal 2.
Yeah.
Equitable systems, right? Like, how do you do that in a measured amount of time, where it's like, that takes a life, like, I don't know how long that will take.
Yeah, that's a great, Lou brought up a great point on you have your aspirational, the future you want to create, right? Like, we don't know what a just world actually looks like because we don't live in one. However, we want to work towards justice. So how do you do both? One of the things the ODE has done to support that is actually in the longitudinal growth targets that they had every district come up with a 5-year growth targets. And I don't know, Ryan, your process, did those get approved by ODE?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have some targets, right? And I know because the work we did in Eugene is you have your baseline target. Okay, this is like we keep growing. And then there's the stretch target that will be more aspirational. And then for each focal group that we've identified, are those gaps getting smaller? So it's a combination of setting a meaningful goal that also gets to the aspirational state you want to be in. So that's actually gonna come to your board. Your board will have to approve those targets and those conversations will happen. So that that work, you definitely tie into your student achievement goal. That's a nice fold in there. So who's ever working on number one will probably have some experience on the growth targets, because that'll be important conversation for that. But yeah. So, and when you're in the small groups, we'll come around and talk about that. I definitely think that you can do both. But it's important to know that we're intentionally setting this aspirational, and then we're gonna get there by building these steps. All right, so this is the assignment, and you guys have earned a break for sure. And it is 10 o'clock, so I'm exactly on schedule.
Okay, preparing how to say this, we'll now take a break. We'll be back at 10:15.
That was my terrible.
Okay, everyone. The board is. So y'all know what tables you need to go to, hopefully, and I'm gonna hand it back over to Rob.
I am. Okay.
All right, so you could be in your new teammates. Okay, and you're gonna be with this group till lunchtime. All right. And each group has a facilitator. That's gonna kind of lead the conversation. And your first, I'm gonna put the list of things that you're working on up there, but, did you get all the shares in there, Kim?
I got all the right, yes.
Okay.
So if you are the facilitator, can you raise your hand?
Sorry.
All right, so that you each have a facilitator, Kim, Amy, Nikki, and Sabrina. Also in front of you, we have several packets that include the information that was provided to us based on all of the community sessions we had this winter and spring. So remember, we had, I think, 8 or 9 different sessions where we invited community members or specific groups of our community, as well as some open sessions for people to answer some questions about our goals. And so that information is all included in those packets. One of the things that was pretty clear was that in terms of the 5 areas, so academic, student achievement, real world learning, health and wellness, equitable systems, that those continue to be priorities for the community. Sometimes there was a difference, like they put one in as like the most important versus another one. But generally speaking, across all of those groups, those areas continue to resonate with people. So as you work on it today, one of the things that keep in mind is that those have sort of strong community support as a whole. But in terms of the language related to that goal area, the ways that we look at our accomplishments towards that outcome, towards those outcomes, those are the things we're really talking about today. I recognize that it would probably be helpful if everybody had a copy of that in front of them. So we're making some more just so that there's more to go around, and also trying to kind of limit our printing as well. So we're trying to find that balance. So now just straight back over to you, Rob.
Yeah, so you're gonna dive in here in a minute, and and before you do that, I'm gonna be, every 20-30 minutes or so, I'll be circulating, listening, and then I'll also be reminding, like taking a break, hey, remember this, and we're gonna talk a little bit about creative alternatives and useful information as you discuss it. So I will interrupt you about every 20 minutes or so, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. But I want you to remember this quote as we get started: belief imitates and guides action, or it does nothing. That's a quote from the book there that the board's reading. And the reason why that's so powerful is that any great work starts with someone believing. Okay, so you're working at a table, and whether you're talking about student achievement, real world learning, whatever that topic is, like believing that you can make a difference in there for all kids is really important. Okay, so bring your belief. Belief is a resource. That's what I'm trying to say. Belief is a resource. And your first thing you're going to do is kind of introduce each other and talk about what you bring to the table. How many of you have seen, like, been a part of the Ted Lasso craze? All right, enough people, I can at least mention it. The reason why that got so popular as a show was that here's someone that really didn't know anything about the job he was supposed to do, coach soccer in another country. But he did know about people and believe. And he kept bringing that. And, yeah, good things happened with that little team he was working with. I know that it's fictional, but it still grabbed a lot of people's attention because of that belief component. And what's fun about the Ted Lasso deal is that you can see he's prioritizing in the infinite game. I mean, multiple times he would say, "What, it really doesn't matter if we're winning or losing. It's like, what are we learning? How are we growing?" And they ended up doing pretty good. They didn't win everything, but they grew as a group and became better people. And that's what happens when you're working on the infinite game. All right, so we're gonna launch into it. The each table group is gonna have this document here where they can kind of capture some ideas.
We still need access to that part,
All right,
the four of us.
so I'll come around and do that,
Okay.
make sure that you all have that. And then we'll get started. So you guys ready to play? You ready to have fun? All right. You're on your own. No, you're not on your own. I'll help you, but go ahead and start.
Hey, Rob, can you go back to the slide with the questions on it? Thank you.
There you go. We don't want to start, then you're not here. Yeah. Well, I feel like we just will start with the word.
What we bring to that conversation that also bringing value. And I like that, like that is goal, but I think the piece and that also when I had is you ended up here because you are just right. That's right. So as you introduce yourself, about this conversation that feels meaningful and as much as writing a perspective that really adds to what we're doing. So take a second to I want to make sure, we're not safe and but I also want to make sure we really get a chance to hear everybody at Appleton. So that's so to make sure everybody's had a chance to kind of pass on it. The next 2 minutes, and actually just jot some things down. When you think about why this resonates, bring this conversation. More of that. And then we'll introduce themselves.
What I claim, I think that there's a lot of. This is my. Very. I've been high school teacher, schools, I've been principal, I had an experience in Washington, my father is white, I grew up in so I heard so many.
Thank you.
I think one of the things that I bring into it is like kind of two parts because I've been before. The first part is I've noticed over the last 12 years, kids' ability to use their body and their hands has drastically diminished by the time they get to be freshmen. It used to be when I would help kids, manipulate, like I asked, some of your tradition was this word, like, their hands were valuable, like, they didn't understand what I was asking them to do, and now when I do that, skills like, their hands, they don't even know how to use it. And so for a lot of these students, we can give them access to, this is my first job, that are physical, but they don't even know how to make body. So I have that. But then also as we're helping newer and then there's a date. I'm just noticing like a lot of these things are areas where they haven't seen or like it's just like what kind of politics the spider race and so a lot of I actually have a reason I put this for that figure out like why don't we do that if we can't just work around jobs that are related to college like I'm not talking about or are we talking about like I'm game for all that. I'm game for all. Very good. My name is Teresa, and that is know that we don't because I can reading them my academic research and like nothing particular role is family or thing. I'm so to have just like idea of on a writing project I've really had to think about like frameworks of them. And how I wanted to like really talk to kind of the underpinning of knowledge. And so I put it down here, and I got like one of the things that I hope comes out of this discussion. And so I just had down here. I think it's so involved in that it's not like limiting. Families. Needing to foster, understanding of health and wellness, and free empathy, and opportunities. For our students, and I might not be, but need to know how we create that space for others. And in real world learning occurs, I will need a healthy workforce. And we don't want to be in a situation where we have to limit our potential because they are not, they have not finished. And then they cannot be involved in things, but they otherwise would probably. And then equity, I just wrote there. That word for it, I think it actually, but in terms of thinking about equity. I would hope we would be able to work back and say, how do we support equity? And then what other places, not even under that, but even parallel to that, how does it help us to be very
So I'm interested in.
So what is Great, conversation will be at the same time. Because I can't how Islamic is a beautiful training. I believe that. Nobody was. That is why
Actually, senior at Corvallis High School, and so that was just pretty important to me because there's a lot of passion, soccer and but it's not just physical health, also mental health. Especially a lot of students, especially around this, are very struggling with their mental health. Realize I did shopping where you have to go. I know what you know, it's like we got to go there with and my boss was really like that. But also like things like that help is really important, but it's not. There's a lot of mental health, but one is still like your health class or I'd also like to bring up, I would say sports, for sports, they're not often accessible for students working or in again, I don't think physical health is also our academics, health is showing up to school, perform better, and a lot of kids at high school are distracted to get in class, they don't feel well, think a lot, and I think
I'm trying to and looking at it, how do we go about entry and not done in a way, right? What's community organizing, but wondering really what the doctor is really more comfortable and without going into the talk a little bit. Stuff like that, and you know, there was I also know I was even don't do that at all. I feel like. But we started when I get all this concern, you know, you do a lot work. And I don't think that's not really about it's what they live, but if they don't really, you know, really like I think going to college. That last piece is so good. So for me, it's like, and that's how this all really good. We don't help them when we get with us. Well, that's what I'm like, as a society, we don't emphasize that. So they can, like, other society, I would really engage me because they will be outside. Really going to show up. You will get those grades because our strategy, you know, I think about the thing all the time, I think about I don't even remember. I know when I still very is that when I be a software developer, so I think, you know, and so instead of just sitting there going to become the project was really thinking I watched the video yesterday with that.
So Peter, I grew up.
And I watched that video. And I had never seen it before. And then you see what you did right away. Yeah.
What that. Really.
Even in our.
And to me, that's what started, so about a year ago.
Help, when I think about.
I
do things that I'm.
So I don't really because. So the taking it, right? So that.
Well, say. But yeah.
And that's why I'm sitting. But I.
So, Chris, so I actually, retired and I started out with school. And is there anything that we would have to one place, but I also, you know, like. Support kids inside this, right? Maybe. First of all, I don't I think we kind of got outside about don't have any. Or it's more trouble as well. And I think that our goal is also known is really the realm. As far as resources of both the actual, like, we have it also. Creative with like what is going on, and a lot of that, those ideas. A lot of times just come with this big idea and then I think it's such a.
For this.
And like, for sure, it could be a pretty fun in my life. That's definitely like, yeah, direct. Supporting. I also
Is that?
When I was brand, when I was never gonna be a student, I had this like. Like all the, like, all the like this, that's like saying, like they're thinking about, they're thinking about they're thinking about, like there's, you know, like, so why are you putting this sort of people who are growing? You don't get to do where you're at. And so, like, I feel like the last few years, like, if you're experiencing it, they're like, you don't know what you're like, we're gonna tell you how to deal. Yeah.
So often are saying, I think when I was in the big picture, more viewers, so we saw this be done.
I think when we look at it, and where I was curious about. So that was.
But now.
Building off where you were going on this.
I feel like for the balance, it looks like kind of a. Unintensive.
It's not just.
Goal.
In school.
And then I know that we have made that. Like everything that's the one. Priority, and because I get to love, I didn't want to get these things. That's there's no way. And the picture. And there's. That's the word. Here's a lot of
Yeah, it's, so there is no number two. And the statement is, it's negative. Maybe this sentence. So that's the first thing I would say, how can you work different ways sometimes?
I had an older dad, you know, like, so I'm like, this is right, face scaled out. There is that around you because of the all of grade, which is the data shows like all of the. How much am I going to? Yeah, you're never gonna see the same thing. There's something like what I straight with her or whatever. But in more, it's just from that, you know, I separate lunch. You know, and that doesn't mean that there's not enough focus on growth, there's not enough focus on passions. But it really, and really develop these skills. Existing life and everyone, so just that we're not going and they're just there, but just putting it there. I think they felt like it was like. We on our side, that's all selling and writing the shit that our kids. And then one of our. We don't know why it's like really hard because it does predict and they don't know how to predict. That's where I was thinking. And, yeah, I would like to remember. That's where this one in particular.
That's your science for you.
Yeah. How do I make it?
Well, maybe, so I think people had a little bit.
I think it's like. Before, I was like,
On page 30.
Like barely.
So the whole title, right, is real.
For me.
I think that's.
Every kid.
When we start,
Is like that, like.
Just really focusing on this section, so not even looking at strategy, but the goal. And then the it's some, you know, the title. And maybe we started there and then we look at what that is. And then what's going on for you. That's the thing, I don't know, like, regardless, but it's really something that's right, and I have limited information. It should be about, given all of these wonderful gifts you have, as in, what are we gonna graduate from? Like, your gifts and values, not even, so it's the title. It's the title. So, I mean, is that the right title?
These are like our measurement.
I have the policy, not. I'm sorry.
And then our goal statement, that becomes more, more like, enthusiasm.
The notion.
You know, working with everyone.
Possibilities.
And our system get to. It's not optional. The other thing that was, people were writing on this, like the ones where everybody said out. The concept of community engagement was like, it was added in.
And I think that you're like, the more we can, not create like labels for being, like, be going into the workforce. That I went to college, and like, I think the word equity inclusive of what is about, with the focus on students. Very graduate. I would know that. Because one of the things I do when I see here, like, and I say like, maybe like they know the rules, you can all. Sometimes that would be like, say, we're going to compare it, I would like, nobody's so sad. Like, you go to the state, but I'm not based on, I might have happened. Everybody can get your friends, but you can also get. So like, what's the,
What I.
you know, and then we can.
Sure.
But I feel like something about it. Real world college, like, I mean, so the more you can do that, you know, theoretically, I would advise someone to do it. But we all know that is about that.
So I really.
Because it gives kids the knowledge and most like see themselves. It's really like. No, I think they're my. I think that's one for me. Strategy and all that. I also. He's going to college. He's on residency with the varsity. So I have, and you're saying. I'm not excited. I don't know. Let me take it far away. So I thought really hard as like. But the resources. We don't have. My brain has what our but part of the intentional system is like how we're by hour.
Right now, we're.
I think part of having the goals, goals is, I think it looks like we're all of the kids brought up paper. Station.
Yes.
In our
facilitate change.
What I find interesting about this little area. Our largest. They have some of our money in this area, and I would also say that majority of this area. There's not five parts. So. See that bigger picture?
Go back. Another. About this.
I think just.
What I want to say is that I heard here is. I don't know how. I would want to to a family system. Planning task, flower not good task. That's why I heard.
That's walks.
I can tell you when this three of you.
This opportunity to change. And we missed the opportunity to. All systems that honor and serve the rightful presence.
Other opportunities.
And so I don't know what that meant when I think about all the things, how do we manage about, right? There's lots of ways to do it. People like a little bit of lots of things that shows up in that technical ways. And then maybe just technical ways.
Personally, when I do work out, just my. I mean, that's why.
It's just. Actually, no. Whole system lives in. And that is just like. Feeling like they. So I don't know. So love hearing all the
Work in that.
Well, we're gonna teach you guys.
You don't need to bring anything.
Yeah.
Temporary, like, writing, learning, opportunity.
Right, so I don't know if that's part of your statement.
Who's student voice or grad, and it's the same with like, we don't have gender.
So it sounds, what I've heard from the idea of
But if you do it every time, I was like,
potential title to kind of like getting that, now getting into the statement. And then revisiting. I do want to add like, I like how the idea.
How do you find it is like
It's not like
the
a shop,
people
it's
who
not
are
just
interested
a
in
lead,
by
like,
in this case.
and I also like the or thing with everyone about legally responsible. Real
Resources.
Representation. That you talk about, like,
on
tax, doors, and how we're missing on the legislation. Invited, labeling, historically not. Any.
And right, takes away from that, and then public health, this is the local.
Yeah. That's why I like, and then start looking at. Under the title. So I think that's the harder work. That's the harder lift. Well, I don't know, I feel like I'm saying this much part might be a little bit easier because we're not trying to get.
Like we have certain word groups.
So my thoughts around this, is her thoughts is like all students. I'd love to say like some students, or all students.
Yes.
I mean, stakeholders that are involved because.
And so.
I think that's probably the only way.
For like system. Those.
Family, that is also, but what is it?
Like, and they, I think there's people that, but it's like in that category that I.
Really don't, and goal setting, more strength-based learning, or something like that, and if it doesn't relevant to science. Like that's the part I worry about, because it's like, right, or I don't want to get else in the grade, and well, my comes along and be like, I want to see this, that was like, and like, they will really know that much, but it's relevant, and it's our job. So I'm just experiencing the right word, but it is. And so the metric is really whether or not students feel like it's relevant, right? Like,
Focuses on.
like, but I agree with maybe more. Preliminary statement, the infinite game. I know it is feeling that we have to, or is it take resources away.
So like that's it.
I think that is very good.
Rather than, yeah, that.
They have to really, yeah, comfortable.
Right.
Right.
More doesn't mean you get that.
Right.
And if you put that in there, Thanks, well, that we have to make that.
Taking what we're saying, there's a graph.
Like all of us.
Students and families are invited into relevant learning. That. There's not really one time. Oh, it's small. I would prefer at first that, just invite everyone. Right, like they actually. Well, I just checked it for the first time. We were successful in inviting. Yeah.
Okay.
I did that, like, engage. That implies.
That's actually that verbiage why I asked.
Yeah. Is that vision or the?
Right.
I got that.
Yeah.
Well, and that's like, I believe I spoke with Maddie last year was,
System.
This is what we want as part of.
When you said that passionate background, are these the pieces that would go into, I start framing the goal? Yeah, it's not the goal, it's.
Got it.
So here's something like that. And then I don't know, and I'll read it on my mind. And then I are institute work, then I'll, and unfortunately, I get to use better program ideas.
I'd like. Because it puts the onus on us.
I didn't finish my design ever. I was trying to.
Goal is great. I really think it should be. My son did not.
Yeah.
I think that he's like, I look at that and I'm like, well, so, yeah,
But we still wanna.
what, did I get engaged in? When I look at other things like on the you know, like, but I got that, but I think of, but I do like, go back to that one. That's right. So what did the district do to make sure that he was run kind of thing? Like, how did he capture that? And I feel like that. A lot of our ideas. Everyone and something. And how we can sure every teacher or every rep. Like, we have them here, so.
So the area was like.
It doesn't mean that if I'm a third grade teacher, my grade is gonna be
Like,
for every. Like, we made that huge impact in the high school, it was really close.
How do we?
But I want to sure, potentially I can track. Teacher minus it is better.
How do we use technology to figure out how to get rid of it? But I guess that's what I'm.
It doesn't have to stay affordable for it. Not gonna be like
Yeah. Well, and I think.
Peter used GPT to come up with a statement, and I feel like
That's the kind of scary.
Yeah.
There's an answer.
That's a registry goal for real life. This is empower students with practical skills, experiences, and comprehensive real world learning curriculum. That bridges classroom education with hands-on applications, classroom critical thinking, problem solving, and adaptability for success.
Let's steal some of that.
It's part of the early, but sure, we're saying back in that, and adaptability for other endeavors, financial and instructional.
And then I'm not part of the statement, but like, how do you say that if they, I don't know, you do something for 15 years.
That's one of the things.
Someone else, like, you don't fail. Like, you're just doing something different. Do you know what I mean? And so how do we get that people get this idea in the bar? I've always thought to do that one thing, and I think myself doing it forever. And I did a really good job. This is the foundation and, yeah, I definitely predict. Like, okay, it's not a goal, like that. Something. It's like,
And now I, yeah, I have, it's gonna be easier to say, oh, they made on a method. Have that part of it. And she came off. I think what you said. I really, I want to make sure that we do a presentation. This mess. And we can update the kind of stuff with the other, and like the goal, you know, more than they all did trying to do a digital benchmark that I presented. Who's making this, who's doing all of it, and part of it, and we still make it like, when I'm in the car, when I have.
I like, one of the ideas. Education.
I don't know what it's learning, there's some of the words that I'm folks out there and then look at the story. I captured most of them, but I was really
Just on a side note, I like these kids, and so I'm pretty sure this is all. You okay?
Yeah, I do.
Rather than sit down and try and. Process. Conversation and I also love to talk about it also about it before. I like to kind of work on it and then look at that. But so people have had the same conversation. Just now, what's like, where's our real?
I think that.
In a real world way, we're very kids critical of technology.
Sometimes like we're just the.
That's so.
Part and then-
Third grade, they're gonna do this. By ninth grade, like, it's just like a specific thing to measure, and there's like targets and all of that. And then the rest. Yeah. Like, what is this? Tell me what at a time. And so. I kind of go, but I tell, but I want to say.
That look like.
I really want students to be like that are decided what's relevant. And it's really beneficial. I know that we can look for the, but yeah, and help say. Feel that, so that you can. Say like, what is Well, I mean, if you like learning and like right now that are very part of. Yeah, but I just feel like the. And in terms of like the barometer, that I would like it's sticker, because like.
Like a.
I don't think they allow the shape that.
Is.
And then there are tries to like, you know, identifying like all personal and stuff. It's like, I'm like, what student, what is the difference in their experience? Are they all like, yeah, right, so. There was an value.
Low growth and low.
I think that's what I realize that, you know, because if I haven't heard that you're a student, one of the things that last year, I was like, yeah, my husband, I was questioning.
Who's.
You know, yeah. There's gonna be a. For sure. I know, yeah. For me to write up here.
I'm definitely.
Elementary, we don't.
By them, but like, somehow, like.
No, I guess that's the purpose.
Yeah. Yeah. Richmond. Will. Can you add this other, I don't think that is really for your segment or, I think it. In the overarching. And if the, talks about organization with existing knowledge and lived experiences that student are bringing. So how do we use something like that to say that honoring that is? I don't know. Yes, yes, right. Guys, yeah. Like, I'm also honored. Yeah. I remember this policy is just. Like, how do we get, you know, about students are in a profession like this, and you're interacting like in front of. And then you'll back for the children. Like, that is like part of their. They are. They're walking away. You know. I feel like it's something of our phone and it's really close to the. So I graduated from Rouse Schools this goal and our listening staff regulated by the ones that are like a student. That would be better.
of staff.
I feel like
There
I
are
think
still
there's
district, and so like there's like. There needs to be over representation of staff
Like, I
versus
really
like
like
the student population, because yeah.
You should have representation. I see them pushing what are that.
Yes.
All of their. Like, I think we talked about, I wonder if ever recruiting more staff to individually have that happened last year. Then I think they want to understand the financial side, like, we talked about the training class. Became allocation, that it was being provided for. There's some other stuff that are important, I think, like, that we need does for.
Maybe before the 5 years is. No. They don't know it's. And so it has to be. Everybody. So, right. And I was like.
Right, so it's the retention piece. Proportionality. Like, well, I just want people, like, I don't know if they're like, you're right, that's not what I'm thinking about, but you know, like, you have to have the person yourself, making sure, like, but I also, for that have opportunities, that we're getting, like, bringing people to the table and saying, oh, our background was good, I need to people like, and then hearing voice. I feel like that's one of like the greatest really cool work, things that are not used, it's like, like, I would shoot you guys, they work with them way more than their families. And like, that the amount of time that we take turns, the number of times we say thank you, the amount of time, what are the ones that are many kids do that. And whether or not they're like, you're that way.
All right.
Yeah.
It's not really.
Maybe much.
Take a straight break. All of these students. We agitated. But anyway, I feel like, I mean, I feel like I just like to tell her the way where it was around. But like. And they said, I don't know how to explain from like where they're close. And then we failed. And we had. Yeah, there's things we can that way. If they're not, yeah, they can work. Pieces and having. Is there space for that? For every.
I feel like I see you, like, I may be you like sweating everyone.
Every day. I live,
Okay. So, like, are you?
Is that the strategy you're talking about, is like how to, how we must.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to just keep it like a photo and that, and then links it.
And I'm looking at our.
So my. And I Googled.
How do you phrase it? Like, try to. Like, no, just in a way I can at least have, so we'll come back to strategies and we're gonna go back over the feedback. I want to make sure.
How can you say that?
Yeah, just like what.
As far as, no, I'm talking about.
Well, it's also very.
But I do like taking.
Get agreement on.
You want. I'll study next. The real. So I don't have.
Staff model, real world.
I saw right, if we could provide time and space for us to reflect on how we what here.
My life.
Because I think that how we are doing. Like, and I.
You're like. Our school created into even.
Yeah, because then while you're.
Well, yes, but even with the like. Yeah. Right, so it's even just not like, connect. But I feel like. Very talk people like. What is your employees need to do? They need to be able to. They need to be able to show up present and like whatever job. They need to realize their impact on the team they're working with. You know, like. We talked about. Yeah, regional. We looked at like, you know, things around the. Physical abilities.
I'm not.
Writing research. In our region.
Yeah.
So, and so like. Yeah, so.
Like I said, it's probably the same thing, we're not right each other. Like, I would love to collaborate and you can check it. Yeah, I like to use. Just more than that. Not if they come in and say. And we have. Yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah. Some people don't want to say it. Out there. Others are like, oh my gosh, but they're.
Has that stuff.
All right.
Gender feels.
I hear we're gonna have a little.
Oh, good. So to that for a strategy, and then let's go back up. You're gonna fix the design. I know, I keep repeating that, that's nice. That's what I was. I want to keep the conversation going, and I feel like we have. Well, I guess let's look at this, first of all, I think that she's gonna have a conversation. Are there core things we want to add, is there anything we're still missing? All we're thinking about the goal space. We say that that's the last thing, I just very good. Right, and building is important for the house to have that statement.
I think everybody was nodding. AI. Yeah. But we should look at that as a conversation there.
When I see it there, I would like put in that graph. But I really don't want. I do really like the non-habitual. I'm actually. It's okay. I heard about it. So then for you guys, look at that. You're the person, not so old. You want
That's legit. Yeah, that's where you're at.
Right, yeah.
Our students.
Yeah, no. Wait, just look at it. Valerie, okay. Yeah. Whatever Fridays. Okay, cool.
Learning. It is. Classroom education.
Okay.
With tangible and non-applications. That's pretty model.
I still think.
Application.
Fostering critical thinking.
Are already like not doing it, but.
Where I am.
Is this one language compare? Unlike the. So very especially with the. People bring great presence.
Probably.
You know, it's affordable, something along.
I like that, and then strategies are.
But I think we need to still have something very specific, but the pieces of the time frame would be after this, so this would be.
And adaptability.
Sort of like how.
In an ever-changing world.
For success to the.
We could do like first sentence and then.
And adaptability.
Examples.
It's all.
Like,
Or
is it,
success.
is it
And their
creating
future.
more, supportive,
Wait,
retention?
Helps like adaptability.
Or is it?
Financial, like, for success. Like, in their numbers. Like, yeah, so.
That you said.
That in.
Yeah.
Then you have, working in every, like, in France, it's really something.
So something that.
Right, and ChatGPT, right, really something.
I can bring it to.
Right everywhere. Yeah, and how we are at home, that Carlos, adding in your every time. Yeah, that's that, and then these are our ones. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm throwing all right up to the first, but we're.
And you check people always. So, I want to see what.
They are at the end.
One thing.
Now, just gonna break time for just to, you're really thinking about what will change in the title versus what we don't see. Below captures what we're. What they're just handing out to you, and it's something that you don't need to.
Share the goal. You want something really.
Been trying to think about what the other areas. Areas.
The other purpose is it drives strategies, goals, plans, and gives us a really that North Star. I just want to remind us that as we look at your fine tuning this, is maybe we can change words, maybe we'll get to what. So we can all remember.
And finance, the reason why. Well, having relevant learning is kind of a, you know, or then down, it's like, maybe it's not a learning title. Even in here.
Can I use?
Yes. Anybody can also kind of listen and everything.
I think it might, having downgrade strategies or. Group, all of that, yeah, you want to keep about group is 11 in the week.
That is the.
All right.
Yeah. And I use the rule.
So there's through many things you can do eventually in our strategy. Within our plan. Are we okay with that?
Yeah, can you get it different? Thanks. Analyzing and something. And they're not. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. So I also. Like we sort of on the same idea.
I think the hands-on applications is super.
It seems like in.
Where that.
Business are about. Yeah, I think it does start to just make us as you think, like, real learning, yes, but which, yeah, audience, how to be. About 5 minutes, that's a great thing. So,
Worry about that one. We'll get into this one. Like a board itself, doesn't give me about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
It makes sense that you're at the.
And we'll have to.
But I would have full information, there's operation.
Are we doing? People appreciate it, confidence, so like, they're not just. So. Let's take another minute.
Individual.
How do you define?
Yeah, but also.
I think the. Heuristic risk.
At all voices. Out.
And maybe we could also look at other words.
Amazing conversations happening, for an interruption. You'll have 15 minutes in this setting here. And then there'll be a lunch. And the lunch is actually out in another space, so you don't have to worry about your stuff or anything, you just leave it. And beautifully outside, take a walk, whatever you want to do. There's we'll do that lunch for 45 minutes and then 12:30 back here. You'll be back in these same groups. And you'll have about another hour in these groups, okay? So, no, you're not breaking, you have 15 minutes until all that happens. But, so just with a quick time check, you guys are doing amazing work, and, so. Congratulations. Oh, yeah, yeah, Blue's gonna do the official. We're on TV right now, I should let you know, sorry, Zach.
My official second. Okay.
I think I would prefer add. You know what?
Yeah, express it. From like stuff to the, and then this. What I don't know, it's both kind of turned like within yourselves here and talk about kind of how where you landed. And what I would love to see happen in the is your group looking forward with 2 or 3 words of talk and the rest down below. So you're gonna try to follow the relevant frame or to 2 or 3 of talk. Here's what I don't, okay, that's what I don't. Yes. No, what I don't think is, I'm Chris, and I have something that feels really important to me. And then also, sorry, we get 2 words, there's 3 of us. You're of short stature, no word for you, right?
Yeah. Any other word?
Exactly, this is my point. So what I'm saying, I'm.
Let's read it.
Oh, you know, all.
With the relevant details.
That's right. So. I do want to think. That's what what I want you to be able to do is, say, this is where we landed. They go, yes, on bottom is great, but not as much right here. I really now we're gonna try to hold in that. Let's take the next like 5 or 7 minutes to do that in your circle. That one big question.
We started, I want to go back to what you started. families are, and I really appreciate and relevant learning.
I do like the engagement.
But that's what I need. So, right, that's, you know. But I don't know. But I I like
And I would question.
Yeah. That is not. I like you know, yeah,
Yes.
Yes. When they have a baby.
You're gonna be sad about that. We're so glad that you did. It's really
I love others. I love all of them.
We all just.
Okay.
Team on.
So much for your, yeah, love your ideas. All right, people. Okay. Is everybody uncomfortable with having a? Yes. Beautiful. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I want to capture what you have. I'm gonna capture what each group has and I'm gonna say it out loud. And you're gonna acknowledge this was not a finished, like you did land a plan and that's totally fine. That's totally fine. I'm gonna just capture. Right here. And you will have to. Yeah. And then you're gonna scratch. So don't sweat it. I just want to hear from each. I'll make it. I can put this. Okay, what do you have? I'm just gonna write it up. Yeah.
A lot of words.
Okay.
Some that stood out to many of us.
Okay.
Maybe we start on. We thought health. By two of us put John down. Yeah.
Go for.
All of us added cultivating.
I like the word marginalized rather than.
Introduce that to us. You all know.
Yeah, more like think about it.
So they're one of the first times. What it is.
And the way that I.
Whatever that is.
Yeah.
We have water down there, so we have. That is not definitive of nothing. Yeah, we might just try to divide toward something, and maybe that is for thriving minds. Okay. And maybe it's. We went the stores out.
We're just moving along. All right, what do you have back here?
We have actual heading, so I like driving. Instead of.
Is there a experience?
Yeah.
Mental.
Mental.
Mental. Shorthand, or like, if you're doing something, like, hey, we're going to this new program. Like, how does this run from, you know, the lens of our school? People often are. What do we got, Olivia? But have they centered their voice is centered.
Yeah.
I knew it was. We're not gonna be centered. It's all okay.
Senator Boyce is here. Senator is here too.
That's why it's called enabling, I sit there, but also enabling. I don't know.
Marcy and Stratford.
Yeah, what was that?
I feel like we need to look at that for- I think that we start, yeah, and then we,
Walk away, right, by the community, like, at lunch, you're everything, all of it. I want to make that, but we're gonna move forward from here. And I hope that, and that, I feel confident in our. I agree. Right. Right. Yeah, right. That's why I like highlighting that. Yeah, because some for six. People don't have. Yeah, don't have. Oh, I think I have some of these things. But they do have.
Yes. You know, we can do that. I heard. That doesn't have to count for our
Hi, everyone. I know we're looking at conversation. I know our group is and running frantically over here. We're gonna take a lunch break until 12:30. And so as a reminder, for board members, we need to avoid quorum at the lunch tables. So, make sure there's not more than 3 of us at any single table. And we're gonna now take our lunch break until 12:30.
I can tell. This is a serious look. That's one more than the whole stars. And then that was the thing.
Okay, everyone, hope you had a good lunch. The board is back in session and gonna hand it back over to Rob.
All right, well, a bonus stories for those of you who are here on time. Got some seeds here. And in order to hear the story of these seeds, you have to stay to the end of this, the whole thing. So we'll save that for later. Okay, and also I've got from my Iowa mug. And if you have one of these in Oregon, that means you probably know someone that lives in Iowa. Right, so went there this summer. My wife's from Iowa. And if you go to Iowa on vacation, it's because you have family there. Because there are two things to do. There's watching corn grow, which is super exciting, and they're hanging out with people. So that's what we did in Iowa. I don't want to make fun of the Midwest. Is anyone here from the Midwest? All right, so you know what I'm talking about. So quality relationships. So I met this guy named Jeremy. The big family tree of my wife's upbringings, and Jeremy works at a bread factory. And every day Jeremy goes to work about 1 in the morning and gets his bread truck ready for the day. Loads it with all the bread and comes up with a strategy to go to all the different stores. And every day his truck is right next to the union steward. No offense to the union folks, but this union steward has had a go in the bread factory. And so every day the union steward tells them, you know, Jeremy, I'm really getting sick of your positive attitude. And every day Jeremy says, well, too bad, because I'm going to be positive. I made a decision to be positive. And what has helped Jeremy be positive is he's had a lot of really bad jobs that didn't have health insurance, jobs that didn't have security of working in a bread factory. And so, I bring this up sometimes because in this work, it's really hard. And it's great having things like this, you can focus and think and come to dream. And then when you go out to do the work, things don't work out so well. So when those moments happen, and they will, just remember Jeremy, who's going to be positive and stay positive.
Right.
And that encourages you to do that. And the union steward even told him, he goes, listen, Jeremy, I was going to retire, but I decided to keep working here until this place breaks you. And it's like, it's not gonna happen. So anyway, that's to Jeremy being positive, and this is that helps when the work is hard. So thank you for digging in and working on this. So your goal in the next hour or so is to we've got some Google documents that the facilitators have, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to capture the goal title is going to shift or stay the same, the goal statement, and then any potential strategies, activities, and or ways to measure. Okay, so they're going to try to capture all that. And so we're going to do this for about another hour, trying to land that plane, try to get that fish into the boat. And remember, the goal statement is the most important part to get in. And once that's done, we're going to take another little mini break. We'll reward you with a break, and then also go into our home groups. And in the home group, you're going to be able to share in your group what your goal group worked on, because I'm trusting the process here, but chances are you've got multiple representatives of each goal in those home groups. So what you're going to do is share kind of where your group is at in terms of the statement, strategies. And so as think about that, because you're going to have an opportunity to share with the other groups and get some input from them to make sure that that's going well. Okay. So before we launch into more time, I want you to think about creative alternatives. And what we know about creative alternatives is that's when you're really thinking of strategies or activities that go with that goal. So those are different things you could be doing. One thing that just came up at lunch was I just heard that your district got awarded a 21st century grant. Is that correct? Those are hard to get. Those are federal competitive grants. That's not like the integrated guidance where everyone, you turn in your work and you get it. This is federal and it's competitive and a lot of effort goes into that. So whoever put all that together, good work. Take credit. Someone gets credit. But what's exciting about that is there's probably the 21st century grant that's a strategy that's probably going to touch a couple of different goal areas. Definitely. Okay, so they cross over, all right? Yeah, us too. So when you get a really good strategy, it's gonna touch different goals, and that's life, right? Everything's connected. So that's exciting. So that we should be thinking about that, and then also, what's the difference between a strategy and activity? And we've talked about this earlier, and so strategies are broad, long-term, activities are short-term and really specific. And so definitely, if there's some really good, great activities that get surfaced today, you want to capture them so that the admin team can put those into a plan. Okay, so and got a little video about creative alternatives. I know. Sometimes videos can get old, but this is a good one. There's only 3 minutes, so play it. Because it really talks about what's important to think about as you talk about alternatives. Remember, there's 6 links in the decision-making chain, and this is link 3.
True story. Our school needed a new team name. The search for an alternative was on. An alternative is one of multiple courses of action we can take. Creative alternatives are important because a decision can only be as good as your best alternative. You can't choose an alternative you haven't thought of, and without alternatives, you don't have a decision. You just have to do it. Of course, I was absolutely certain we should be the Rattlers, either that or the Cobras. But my teacher pointed out how one of the qualities of good alternatives is being significantly different. She encouraged me to get outside of my reptilian box. She also warned me not to fall into the either or decision trap, settling for 2 obvious alternatives rather than thinking of more possibilities. My narrow frame kept me from realizing there are usually more alternatives than those we think of first. Brainstorming with a team helped me stretch my thinking. We've all heard of brainstorming. It's a method to generate creative alternatives. But how can we optimize our brainstorming? First, we need to separate evaluating the alternatives from generating them. Analysis and creativity use different parts of the brain. Analyzing alternatives at the time you imagine them shuts down your creativity. Second, you should go for quantity over quality. Create a long list that includes crazy ideas. Something that seems crazy at first might prove worthwhile when you build on it. When generating alternatives, we need to avoid idea killers like, that will never work. That's dumb. Or there's no time for that. A creative idea is fragile and needs to be nurtured to grow into its potential. When brainstorming in groups, we should build on the ideas of others and appreciate the differences in our values and perspectives. While it may not be easy to work with someone who sees the world differently, that variety is the source of new solutions. Even conflict can be constructive when we handle it right. One way to do that is to look for hybrids. A hybrid is where you bring together 2 good alternatives to get something great. Like one friend thought of the gorillas, and another thought of the mangoes. And we put them together and came up with the mangorillas. Good alternatives are those that both satisfy our values and are doable. That is, alternatives that get us what we want and are under our control. Once you have a good list of alternatives, you can give each a reality test by asking 3 questions about their possible outcomes. First, is this likely to get us what we want? Second, is this reasonable? And finally, will we really do it? If you answer no to any of these questions, then the alternative doesn't pass the reality test. As students, we can recognize that any alternative that is not potentially attractive to the principal wouldn't be doable. In the end, our principal, sticking with history and tradition, recommended a simple solution to the superintendent who made the ultimate decision. So now we are the axe. I still like the rattlers though.
All right. So that's the true story of South Eugene went from being the axeman to the axe. Okay, so as you think about alternatives, just remember that when your list right now, we're generating. Stop it. Okay, all right, and a couple of things on useful information, and then we'll be on the way. So as the 4th link in the chain, what are the potential outcomes of each strategy? So think about that as you generate some of those ideas. What are some likely outcomes? Are there any strategies that were tried that didn't work? Why or why not? And then ask your heart, who knows about it? Who can help me find out? And what stops me from getting information? So some of the strategies that are listed in the goals, you may not have information about that. That's okay, because we're not at the place of deciding all that right now. We're just at the place of generating. So it's okay if you don't have all the information. Ryan might be able to get you more information about a particular thing if you have a specific question about anything that was tried or measured in the past. So just remember, when it comes to making decisions and putting things together, there's a scale you use where you can, it's okay to ask the question, hey, we need more information before making a decision. So that's, but we're not making the decision on strategies and activities today, but generating a list will be helpful for the district moving forward. Okay? All right. Any questions? Okay, so have at it, and we're going to check back in about 45 minutes to an hour. Hopefully you've got your statement locked in, or at least one that you feel it's in the boat. You're happy with it, holding that big fish.
Maybe went outside. I think that's not my health. But there is something about that, how a system works. So that's something that's on my mind, because I'm just thinking, aware of other historical there. And I'm not aware, sure, I also is that system in a way that helps the piece as they're reading those rules, right? I like the other thing on my mind is I'm gonna do for really trying to
So when I came back, just the thing is about communication, what I heard from Martina, what is that, understanding, what are the words we can use that people understand. I really like that translates literally, right, that translates to the language and still. I'm sure it's what we're wanting to say. And really understand to hold the thought of what we're up to. Okay, so I kind of have all of that around in my brain. So let me walk us back to where we are, which is we identify words that capture what we are feeling is part of us. Right. No, not that start being. And we were on suggestions. Really oriented in a time for the words that we think are not more in the end. Like, we want the groups to kind of parse, right, and try to hone what are the words that feel specific to the title. And one group kind of put on the table this statement, which I'm gonna read from my chair in here. Cultivating community well-being with ethical system of selective care. That's what we have. We didn't land there. This is just literally contribution. So I'm just setting it here because in this point, we're gonna start to think about how the words actually fit together. And here's some that were fit together. So we can hold it or change it or whatever. But we want to be able to tell you now, how to get us to the 75% of our events. And then we're gonna get into the statement. And we're gonna see what is the statement. And then we're gonna hold that up, look back at the title and say, yeah, what is our place? How reflection makes sense. Or we're gonna turn back and go, oh, we gotta know. That reflection doesn't make sense anymore. What I'd like to see is get our title 70% of the way there. So we're gonna come back to what are the words? Now, I think Teresa teaches earlier, she did this, but it's like, I don't teach in single words, I teach phrases. And I think what I'm and wellness, to me, that's like, those are single words that got put together when you
carefully. And
we don't have to do that. But I think that I was this given. I'm thinking just relevant learning, thank you. Relevant learning is what they're working on, right? That's their that was like agrees to me that all of that to me, I think having that reads is fine. And I want to take out how is really just capturing it. So with that in mind, these seem to be the words that really sort of speak to the when we think about titles. Okay. What I think I want us to do is take the next 3 minutes, turn to the group you were working with earlier, come back to this board, and I really want you to think about 2, no more than 3. 2, no more than 3. This is the reason we're going to make a team now. We're going to come back together. This is back together. 2, no more than 3. That's where we are right now. Okay. Right. We're done. I always heard that's part of Yeah. And it's fun stuff.
Is that what you?
So. Only two of the word learning. But like if you have. Irrelevant, and you're gonna like. But like, when they're, I think it's like I've not heard of it, I like, I like, like, connecting, I don't like getting opportunities, but I've been learning how to do. But you have to just like, ride, like it, and right, you don't actually need it. It's like, that's right, and like, also, I think it's great. So that's maybe why. How do you go get that? If people want something that's tan background, or even though the strategy that's how to act like. And I keep something brewing around like.
That's what I'm actually afraid of. Now I'm like.
Maybe that's what the. Early these days, and I'm just gonna write it.
Yeah. At least that's what I'm saying.
Okay, come back together. Sorry.
Right.
Right here. Not because it was but yeah, right. And I could also let it go.
I think we had our other goals that all students read by third grade level, right? That's a very. All students participate. But
That's the, that's trying to say, I agree with that.
What about relevant learning experiences that are.
What did happen? Yeah, right. Like,
Wonderful.
I mean,
yeah.
When I look at the goal, I'm gonna first need to.
only until 1 year. Like, their future will stay beside.
I can see a strategy. of setting up a-
Yeah, I think that's, that is better than they would. I'm wondering about. But I think that, but it doesn't include. But I'm gonna change this.
I'm just saying, we probably the less of what we're not but we don't have full of right here. But also is that it's not gonna get rid of where I'm not gonna be speaking right here. And with the. So what do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I love that you guys are doing it. We'll have our.
And now it's
straightforward.
But.
Yeah.
No, it's good thing that Chris.
Okay,
To wellness. And we're holding on to what you shared about thriving. Maybe the trend.
What's relevant.
We were just speaking about what.
Like snow and.
Around.
I mean, that's what Angel, when you just said,
Yeah.
that speaks.
Also having.
What's that really stuck in terms of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Much As long as.
Never
We won't get to that.
Yeah. We can only have.
And or add any ideas you have, and then we'll do it. Around about all of them. So.
The thing that these titles were doing. At the Corvallis, in the Corvallis School District, we want to, that we're going to fill in from there, we want to, and then there'll be others. Or are we going, it's going to be. Like relevant learning is now the, and we have collaborating and growing under those words. But relevant learning is a phrase that could say, could answer or promote support. So the health and wellness does kind of fit into that, so this Jaren thing is not working for me. And I think that that would be possible. But I do think that whatever the word is, they all need to be able to fit the same stance. In order to actually. Yeah. Because we have like people about it, we wanted it. What happened? He's trying to get us. I just want to. I rated with crown, but.
This is totally not. I
Sitting
What I want you to do is look at this. And these four statements, is there a word you really should say that feels like there's a perspective or to say something that's not captured? Right? And say in the words that we have.
Circle back to
Everybody had an insight. Have a lot of ways. Yeah, maybe. I think, are we in agreement, maybe we want to do this shit? Can I?
Well,
Okay, Sabrina.
When I Google the definition of.
Yeah.
I think it's. Right, it's not the thing, healthy habits.
No, any of us, anybody. Okay, so here we go. Everybody sit down.
Are you saying specifically in our section?
And then. Like, we define.
Right, yeah.
We're going to go to our home and we're gonna figure out.
So not as like a, that whole thing.
We're not making people want to say.
We're adapting.
Yeah.
Separate entity.
That's what we
Step back.
All right.
Like the team, recruit development.
I'm gonna write that, and then.
So in addition, we can go back to change around with that. Correct.
Yeah.
I agree. I think that's relevant.
Maybe that can be a little strategy.
Why?
Yeah. Does the title still make sense? And when you look back at the original document, you know, learning in that same thing, does the new statement and the new part have to be working?
Right, in the environment.
Yeah. It's not ever gonna be perfect. We all have their.
Maybe they need feeling from our goal, they like. So that I do not sure how to do this. And all that we're like prioritizing.
It depends on how you see the school. Starting, yeah.
Some of the.
If we're not actually gonna try.
I know that I don't. It's like it's not- Really should. We're not there. When we were here. I read. I should say that rather than.
Yeah, but I don't. I just do it. So the word that we use in the schools. I think for me then, like, that's been saying, through everything. We had it and you like it better without it. Oh, it's highlighted. So. I think, I don't know, but this is but that's.
Also that implies that they can have more than. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
So that's more. The way we have it written right now has like. Is that what the board?
Yeah.
And then we're some of those things really believe, yeah, you can't. I mean, if it race, gender, and most of it.
What's that?
The sauce and culture.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna make all the sauces, it's my favorite part.
Those are things we have to.
Okay,
But then have a separate strategy around developing. So that would be. Then on the.
And if you go back to how, I mean, kind of our mentor.
Right.
Right, we're not taking away the answer.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no.
So development is not really supported, retention, like learning is the.
And then I time is varied, so you would have to try the learning position that you like.
But,
We were talking about RCI.
I like.
We could go to the app.
Yeah, we can put on. See if they are interested.
Raise the word.
Racially cultivated. That way it's.
Yes.
Because some of these are like not.
One thing,
Right, like. Number two is like which kind of voices, I finished this usually.
checkpoints along that way versus. Learning that way.
A lot about that in math.
And I want to make sure that we consider that we don't set kids on the pathway. and they-
Yes.
Because we're talking about.
Increase support student voice and environment.
Starting with that.
Good job. As a strategy. So should we? I'm writing it. Okay, I have it and I'll. Staff, love it. Create varied and adaptable learning pathways for graduation.
Or either your. Children. And.
Is there, fish like, I think
Challenge.
having a students where we are checking our systems for bias. Yeah, just call that out.
Call it out.
Sure, we're not accidentally targeting certain students into certain.
Projects that
pathways.
are to them.
Because that's how we're already established this as a.
But that should
Say, and then I'm putting that in.
Does that?
Like, and. Because we're taking that first part into account. This is all about the learning environment.
Raise cultural.
Instead of encourage, yeah, elevate. Yes and no. If
Where these students are.
this is that is statement of but what if like students, all of the students in our district.
They take a regular shower. Yeah. Because that whole thing. I give you all. 99%.
So, and we're failing, then we're failing, and that is. Because they were successful, right? Yeah. But what are the statistics? A lot of that.
So do we need to, like, say,
Who's
who's
there?
there, which students?
the one.
And then as I.
Like,
Under this.
one of the- But I don't know, I don't know. I want to treat.
The point is that
Well,
students.
this strategy is more an us.
Yeah,
Like, I feel like
was-
that strategy is about the students. I feel like a healthy strategy with us, for us.
Can it just be that same sentence?
To make sure there's another good point. And leadership in our school, and or does it have to be fine, is that?
You know, but the
This will elevate
all student voices are talking about the voice of student
Yes, I feel like this goal is.
You simply say, enhance or.
Elevate.
It's the big world.
Elevate.
Yeah.
Elevate.
Yeah, so when our student employees remain on this thinking and leadership and our school be active instead of. Learn about the land. It's not about, yeah, it's all about credits around in there, like, yes, they should be.
Right, is there? So you think that shrinks, that shrinks, essentially shrinks.
Yeah.
And I think that it's improved that it's.
And it should have been any more than a year. I'm not sure. I put it in. Because to me, this still needs to
Maybe improve.
And I'm just trying to get away from, because I think that lock, you know what, I understand this percent. It makes us feel so good. But I'm mostly just, how is it actually going back?
And so I guess it would be an activity of number two. It would probably be an activity of number two. You're creating adaptable learning ways and activities to check ourselves.
Well, that's honest. Then I go.
Oh, first it would be like. Responded to how students. Thank you, yeah. That's spirit of that. Yeah. It's not just like, oh, yeah. Yeah. Dialogue, all these skills.
Regardless.
Strategy that you have.
Of course, giving us credit for the answer. Not running the risk. All the students outside.
Taking into account.
I may not be.
So we made that all the way through number two, right?
I don't, something I haven't.
Well created.
Yes. And we have other things.
In this conversation around family well-being.
Those are two things that I think are clear.
And so that
That I have.
We can finish. You say, well, not my, that might be wrong. We can work still, yeah. And so then people to.
I think it was too far
That
out.
are,
Yeah, I would agree with that. Over my head. Maybe I need to get more into
I see that.
So that's like, what's the matter with right now, you know, great. In the community with that.
So like, integrate relevant.
I don't see it.
Want to see that in our, if you want them to participate, I'm not gonna send any voices of the way that we're
I'm not, I don't, I will.
We should have that in it. Yeah. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And the reason we're getting caught in not just capturing and brainstorming, like maybe right now, factoring down and that's like that. There's already. Yeah.
Driving 40 steps.
That it shows that potentially an activity where it shows that we're looking at her. Right, and capture it.
So you're.
My last district, I guess we had six.
We're not the representation of underserved.
That's what it
Products done, we're just gonna pull the pieces you have now.
But I would report that.
Okay. You have good character happening there around today, and so the effect of anybody captured in writing.
Yeah.
Right, you're only like, you're not using proximity.
What was that?
So we're working with the combination of safety and belonging.
And so.
I'm adding on to this. Okay, what else do you have? Give me other pieces.
Emotional, mental.
Okay, hold on, Sean, I don't want to lose any of those. So like when I get school student, are you counting those as one or two separate? One here and then I back.
Yes, but then
And parents and
I know, that's what you're gonna. There won't be.
So I think that's.
Okay.
So you have to intentionally not give that.
Right, right.
We have.
We want, please, please.
Or strategy between the regular sort of like that engagement and informed into the community. Interactivity. Yeah, there's that won't say like. That like it's figuring out like if you really want, and that's the relevant needs to be. I don't. You're not feeling good or we didn't do exactly what that was.
So give me the, I'm not gonna write the whole thing, give me the box at the beginning.
I think you said setting up your
Identity.
like that.
And he has participation.
And I had my covenants.
Like that's what you're saying.
Honors.
Write down, right, assistant.
Yeah. Transfer each of the pieces you want to add that didn't get captured there. And then
And then you were talking about the negative kind of thing.
As we survey, as
Say it again.
At the end, it should say. Something. Right matter. Something like. That's right. That's my.
that. Desire to figure out.
Yeah. It's the have the number to try to do this.
Meaning to use, this is like an ending comment.
And over here, it's just. They have an education.
No, that's.
Everything there over.
I think that it could say, please parent.
I think that is a little bit about activities.
So, but I think that has the interest.
Yeah. Integrated nature of the school. And I agree with that. Sorry, I was actually here down the wording. Something that was called out because how the school makes these other. In this work. So makes other things impossible. Anti-phrase. Because I feel like we want to have like, you know, here's the why. And then you're like, the why of the. I don't read it out. Because I also like the other work, there's a reason why it's the matter, all the rest. It does fit into what people. Because some people are not, you're very comfortable with the idea. What they're like. So we want to make sure the. But you do things.
Yeah, I think about the concept of it, like, yeah, we're running a middle school bar, that's not with their man, their. Family.
The answer is that we're not being. This will be people. Want to be a police. And okay, you're gonna speak this. We're trying to do that. So,
Yeah.
in this way, I feel like it's not tonight.
Yeah, but many of them
Why? Why would we make a tradition? Family. Because they have this other things too, that you do care about, and that you do think that you did. Okay. This is like.
So, you're- yeah.
All this to the board. So, I think we should write the draft.
Yeah, we're gonna, we wanna get us to get this one up right now, we wanna get us to start writing this, yeah, just I wanna talk about how this schedule for this, because of the years, and how to do this. I didn't question part next to it. I didn't understand it. I'm so glad that I'm not, the customer, like, don't ask me. And then let's look at the last one. Excellent. So I feel.
This was the most continuous.
Okay, check here. It's where we're at. So
We've got about 15 minutes to write down a title. And remember, this is done is better than perfect. It's not perfect. All right, we're bringing the fish in the boat. A title and a statement, those are the two things we'd like to see within 15 minutes, a working one, okay? Don't worry about this part yet. I know you've been talking about it. Because you're gonna do 15 minutes of discussion, write this, you'll get a break for 15 minutes. There's some snacks back there, so work through break and stretch, and then we'll do a rotation, so you can kind of see what other groups are working on. And then we'll end the day back in your group to kind of finish up. So you're gonna get this session, some cross work, diversity, and then another session, okay? You guys are- All right, 15 minutes.
I want to be able to offer some things that everybody that feels like it is. What about, so I'm gonna come back. I actually don't think I'm personally hard, but this is something that's one that just. Okay, so while I'm doing that.
Kind of funnel down toward it and it's. I wonder.
That's true. I want to see us come back here. On that. And I want you to tell me, having done that conversation, where does that land you here? Aspirational, but
I love healthy community, growing, keep growing. So that word from me a little bit because. Because they're not. They're very bad. Right? That other people, children. You're, it's something else. It's like they're not helping them. I don't want
Okay, what's your goal? What's your goal? Yeah. Excellent learning experience.
Saying you're trying for it, and I'm saying, we're gonna do it.
Okay, what I can do here is healthy community.
Yeah, if you are out there.
That's why you read the book to know. It kind of makes you curious. Sean, how are you doing? Perfect.
You're actually going to say that you feedback.
we figure out all those other things.
I agree, and I also think I really want our students to have a voice in this too, especially kids who really struggle with. So I hear what you're
Yeah, so here's what I would say about that. I would say, when we come back together with the next, what it is, and that would be a great information. About strategy. And I'm gonna look at that and go, okay. Because that's where it actually breaks down. Like on this one about. And my thought is. Feedback from some of So I do think to your point, that and that is very. And I also think the future for actually. Like, there's a place like that. Yes, absolutely.
I don't. I would be like. Oh, I know. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Everybody's enjoying talking, and I know we're narrowing some stuff down over here too, hopefully. And we're taking a 15-minute recess at this time. We will be, the board will be back at 2 o'clock. So stretch your legs and.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, she's the.
Thanks for encouraging.
You're an alligator.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll get her some good alligator.
Awesome.
Really fun.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks.
Yeah. And the school board is back in session. So head back to your tables, we're back in session and Rob's gonna take it away.
All right, great job, everybody. We're almost there. So we have 2 more sessions, 1 more break. So we're gonna go for 45 minutes right now. We're gonna use something called sound reasoning. I'm not gonna play another video, so don't worry about that. But we're gonna have an activity where the work you've been doing is gonna be checked by the other group. Okay, so we're gonna want the facilitator and 1 other person to stay with your group, okay? And then each group is gonna rotate and hear what you come up with and offer feedback. We're gonna do the sounding. It's this, the combining of all of the stuff, all of the things to like see where we're at. Okay, so you're gonna get, you're gonna be able to see what everyone else is working on. You're gonna be able to think some things, you'll be able to ask them some questions about it. And then you're gonna take that information, so we're gonna do 3 rotations, 15 minutes each, then you're gonna take another break. And then we'll do a final session back at your group just to finalize what you need for the day. It'll have about 30 minutes for that, then we'll wrap up with a little energizer, you know, to end the day. And then you've been worked, right? You're retired. And that's good. You guys have done awesome work today. So are we ready for this next round? So let's rotate. I'm gonna go to a timer here. So just good to have, okay? And so we'll have group 1. Who's gonna be the World Cafe teacher here? Okay, perfect. And so your group will go from 1 to 4.
And 4 is us and we're right out in the hallway.
Okay, and you got your 2?
Yes.
Okay, and then 4 is gonna go to 3.
Okay.
And you got your 2, all right? And 3 is gonna go to 2. Yeah, your 2, okay? And rotate around, and we want board members to be sure they're rotating, right?
Yeah.
Brian, okay,
It played out that way.
okay, perfect, all right. So, and you are off your first one.
You're going.
Finance. Yeah, it's very. I'm extreme finance.
There was Krista.
Dynamic.
That feels like a hope. Yeah, okay. Oh. We started the title, and we started with real world. Everybody else had a connotation that would be, that kind of boxed this. Had to be hands-on, like wood shop, autos, CT. Yeah.
Where you're sitting down there.
Last year, talked about CTE, but of course, a real world. And so you're right. So we started talking about it.
It's a little bit more than like. Like skill level and some
Yeah. Yeah, we also like to fit in, like, you know, when we talk about coach.
We're at
Switching
Which were the
Ours was originally, academic.
This is real world.
Okay.
There was a couple of things about real world versus relevant.
There was, a lot of perspective regarding. And that it was really only just catered
Right,
towards
like,
the
oh, you
media.
know, you had your first grade, but that wasn't really, it's like. it feels
Rewrite.
real to them. And so tell me, there's this other realness that isn't what they're experiencing. It's already so big.
And in terms of relevance, like, as we talk about it, and we're talking about it, like, we don't get to decide who experiences, like, the kids.
It was powerful because then we just moved that down.
And
Is it bigger? Like, how is it like a really robust experience of how we shifted more from the culture? In our dialogue, it also states that it was really, we felt we kind of blended in with the rest of the real world.
Take questions.
And so we kind of pushed those together.
Generated
Still trying to be academic.
just a list, honestly. And then.
The other thing I felt that stood out is
Yeah,
while we
use
have this
ChatGPT to come up with
commitment and the
and
strength.
then we're like,
of
okay,
the
let's start.
focus,
Really toss up words that have really come from us, things that didn't resonate with us. And then we also Peter said it was a word that it-
Like, it's a really.
Yeah, and this last tattoo. I want to be back tattoo. For like being. I like your tattoos, that's pretty good. Well. We have some segment. Well, there's some other,
Oh.
yeah, so this is really an student development.
Of making education accessible for the students and not as.
Does that be relevant
So
to their?
an example would be for a student that has concerns. Where you like an example.
And then.
We're supposed to then-
Way based on their.
Doing it.
high school.
That's how it's
Or. And that. We talked about. Yeah. Students. You know, this is not. We're not.
This guidance is out there, but doing some intentional.
Might want to do something for a while and then.
We also talked about just making sure that there's this understanding of the.
You don't know.
Says that like people talk to each other. She's the.
Those were some of the things that's mine.
And so just making sure that you know what those emotions are, or the main development approach. And then. Empathy interviews, I'm kind of sure about that, so that's really just getting to the, you know, experience. So you talked about wanting them to like get it, like being able to provide their own perspective, their own development.
Yeah, and I think it's like we were a lot.
Yeah, and I think so. It's been really one of the other important with that as a teacher. And it's a built for, and I think that would be the same.
So
we agree. We're not seeing. And then some of these persons will be debating,
Yeah.
like how our work could be relevant to them. And so you. And so. In terms of.
No,
Yeah, that first. So, I was wondering, like, this feels very.
He's like, came up as.
And so I was wondering how this whole,
Dug into
informing,
their-
like, community, more community learning perspective and collaboration.
We started looking at the phrase, I didn't have your, oh, it was families, right? We talked about the experience of students have had and a lot of that things are kind of right? Things that are required. This was me, it's student just for well, I thought this is like my family here, so that's one thing.
Having more than that, like what are some best scholars they do? It makes them so that you can start with selecting in order to be. That's one thing.
We're talking really on a incident yet, we're talking about. Yeah, and so that is, and then how, you know, leader, but it's really helpful. Goals,
Focus on.
and I feel like that's one way, like.
I think we kind of went this way first, so we said, here are the progress.
I think that's great. And also one thing I think I was looking forward, wondering about.
Great, because research has been done to say.
I think about this. I don't, that's not gonna be anything I've been.
Having that students.
And the ability to
and
help them understand that relevant learning is more than just what they can do. Is often all the things that they're likely to learn. Like taking a class and learning is relevant to me, I'm not going to cover, but it's staying relevant to my papers that someone in that class is going to have. And so fostering that empathy around the improvements. There's two more like you need them, right? And so there's not a preferred, there's not a, and I see some of the language around the and that we may go learning of whole, so the senior may not be second citizen anymore. That's not right, but the image that but then the feedback a little bit was, you're just trying to make wood shop be on par with the altitude. And but in reality, we're trying to make sure people understand you don't have two buildings.
Right, right, well, I think too, something that I guess about you, sorry. Statement is at first, she started with that, and like in last year. Right? And so there can be just, you know, we're gonna have something about the students are growing. We're gonna be introduced from 7 or 6:30 in the morning when they get on our bus levels until they exit their buses at 5 o'clock at night, right? Like all of that is a learning experience, like even if my partner and some more strategies. My kids are learning a lot from me as I just heard this as a and so, yeah, and then how it's sort of by the time I go, we should add out, make sure we talk about relevant life experiences, like that means like being at school matters. Like over the, there might be moments of the day where like this particular part of my day where I'm waiting in line to get my.
Yeah,
I'm hoping to maybe doesn't apply to me unless I school that that really now to navigate a space where I'm not stressed and hungry at the same time. Identifying that someone's need who has a migraine. In fact, there's not to be accurate, but that's why it doesn't say classroom experience, because hopefully over the course of the day, like year, that school. And that also
They're seeing the way the interaction. They're seeing the way. Someone saying one doesn't work in the same position, right? Yeah, not just talking about. I have to.
And I would also say it's not finished. So I think more about keeping a plan than.
I don't have Right.
Yeah, that's part of the onboarding. We're actually gonna identify everyone at this table.
But you're gonna, from the time that I don't know if people don't understand anything, that kind of thing, you know, right now. That's why you- No, it's. You know, like, I'm wrong, it's here. So you don't write that, not even 5 years, that- Yeah. Yeah. I don't have to always have, if you're just. And I look at that, like, one of the. Because you don't look like. That's not everything relative. Yeah. You know, even the I'm just thinking.
We talked a lot about skills, right? We also we didn't just talk about the content. We talked about creation of the right. We talked about things like like in communication, what the collaboration as being the skills and having to be explicit that it's not just when you're in woodshop that you're doing your own information. That understand the relevant and that it's all those skills that you're learning that are going to serve you.
Is there,
I'm
really glad for the, anything that. We can put it on. No, that's one of the things that we like, I think about the art that.
Okay, we're on that 60-second countdown. 60 seconds to wrap up this conversation. You're gonna rotate to the next group.
Yeah. But that was their. And so I like that it leaves more room for more. This was like that, but like be considered important.
Yeah, I think about racial, the racial equity policy where it's like.
Figure out a way to say like, we want students to feel like their instance now matters to one another. Like, as far as you come into our. Like that, right? Like, how do you get the?
Okay. All right, thank you, guests. Sherry. And you want to transition to your next station.
They might not know.
Timer started, so you'll have about 8 minutes.
And then I think that's actually part of it.
Invite everybody to watch. Oh, they're in the hall.
All right. You know it. No, no, it's a matter of.
Yeah. Yeah. Together. Still show up. Yeah. Yeah.
Taking into account the identity, history, and focusing on productive, what is productive. Somewhat having that and inclusive practices with GDL. Vertical learning. Yes.
Okay.
Information from students is related to their learning. Robust qualitative and quantitative.
Center for the climate change, that would be a concept.
Including the tenets of education. And college and career. And then our key, conference indicators, these are the ones that were. They're still important. So all of the data.
That was.
Kind of similar to our entities, right? Just into
More robust.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the real world, we also felt like. That line that there's something that isn't real, although we value their existence.
And then
Because like
another activity tied with the teachers.
Oh, having this breakdown, there wasn't real love, well, what they're feeling right now is pretty awful and real, and so to say like that, you have this, and then there's real world. That automatically sets you up for a disconnect because it's exactly.
There was some feedback also, you probably can't see that far back, that we changed it in statements. Instead of creating.
Okay, so
There are some.
the new statement, we started by just focus on everybody sharing, and we generated a like this prepared words first. Ours was relevant, but well, change it from relevant, but then it also here, maybe some. Statement which we had.
Funny you say that, because I was gonna also say, let's put them all together.
And we said it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
And then we have our final. Here, and one of the things that I shared, wondered about how important we're gonna stay with that, you know, that tool, but so you said that it needed to be hard. It needs to be short enough to be like. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. Okay, no.
There were two things that really stuck out to us for the development. One was that the public, or the one of the statements is that they felt that these were just the bare minimum. And so how do you say, yeah, these are the foundational pieces? How do you leverage it up for each individual student in an equitable way? And so that's where we really kind of wanted to anchor into. It's excellent clarity. And we still have that, we have that obligation in regards to that. So that was one of the pieces that stuck out.
And that's like the experience, right? We didn't want them to come in and have.
Things really would love feedback.
Check this box and get this.
One of the areas
Wanted to
we
be
were
such an
about
experience as well. The last picture was there.
At first, like we never got stuck on it, right? So, like, ChatGPT got us stuck on this. What is the idea?
Happy and proud, right?
Like.
And then the other one was
There
just
meeting,
the highlights.
just like talking about the
only
thing
on
from us, and it's all like that. That it should feel like being a.
How do you
first,
incorporate
whatever
science
they're
into a
doing.
learning
And
experience?
so we hear about.
How do you incorporate their electives, their PE, that are also really critical.
Now, instead of
And some kind of opening up opposites that say, let's
The vibe should be.
reading and math,
that
reading and
they
math.
found something
I think that overlap
with whatever they
with
do,
the
it's like it matters.
Say more, we don't.
the science and math.
Also, like,
Oh, those are
it also shines a light,
Okay.
like.
And I think it's that in order to be successful in that, you still have to have that.
Our interactions with each other in front of those kids.
So we talked about,
The
what
types
we
of.
really focus on for lessons.
And so basically us giving each other respect.
Yeah.
each other's names,
How do we get
treating
student
the
perspective
representation as the other, or like the bad guy, the good guy.
where
It's like,
it
you're
connects
not-
with
it's not really easy.
outside of
You're not really easy with the partner, so by yourself, like.
That's kind
they
of what
want
we're
you to
focusing on us. How do we, and how do we have the students that really have it
All down with us.
to where they,
We're in charge.
to where it's relevant to their.
And we don't get excited about it.
And we kind of just briefly touched on this, this was gonna exist as well, but it's hard because this is very, you know, that's the dynamic that we're dealing with. This is very top down, we're gonna, this is where we're gonna be able to achieve these things academically, but then like, it's kind of harder to find a place to connect.
Why is it?
Like a few students in the care of- Because.
I think they're thinking.
Care about.
How do we write ability?
Then we have a wood cut out. That's the board, right?
Yeah.
For-
Yeah. So I have a question for you. You're gonna, don't have to work, right? I need the title, discussion around the title. So I want to ask back is, why did you choose experience?
I don't know what word that
without
was, that's the hard one that.
To other, title, achievement as what, or opportunity that we experience.
But I-
achievement.
we said they were dynamic.
Which one are you? Right?
That would
There you go.
That would be what.
So actually where I thought there was a lot of energy is when I tried like.
Some of that data rainbow language, but I, so sometimes on you have.
Dig into. both of
Like
these.
dynamic.
That's where it was like, the underfoot, you know, it's the learning experience.
Like,
And that's how
that,
we
and
grab
it's
it.
just like, it has, yeah.
And it's not
but
a band.
and like,
Learning experience. It is-
if
it needs
you
to be robust, it needs
like,
to be-
so how do you get your job is to feel like.
And for that, like, people in the conversation is going
Like a
with regards
dynamic
to-
picture,
It's
but it
never
was
like
like.
just the achievement
Dynamic
itself.
is
Because the achievement with
but I did like.
the application.
No, we
with
never got
these-
stressed.
these
This makes me feel like. But no, some things it's really good. You know, I'm sure that we so.
Yeah, when I read it, I read.
So we wanted to have.
Some big stories.
Oh, we wanted it really was a good like fun. But I think or you got all the idea.
No.
Me as I look at that line, relevant learning, about the process of rigorous learning.
Ever changing and when I.
And that actually was a part of that conversation. Because like,
Yeah.
security, yeah, we believe security.
That's good for me to know.
Students are saying that generally academic is not their strength. They themselves are. And we are also seeing that while it's not great,
But.
we have some not great reading.
You have to go and read this.
That's where we kind of go. How do you feel if it's school uses the challenge?
Yes.
And then building them.
Some of our other conversations.
So it wasn't a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so say that one.
Like their path. Like shared paths and concepts without it being just like a negative thing. Like, oh, you don't want to do your habit anymore and you
So I
want
wanted,
to.
and I told you,
Like, this is.
so from here,
That's
I actually don't like where it says title. But once I read what the statement is, that made it really clear. I think that as the communication and branding of the district, is this appropriate and helpful? Because then I love it. I don't think
That's what we talked about, the strategy,
Right.
getting back communication and collaboration.
It's not-
thinking
I mean,
about-
I understand.
And I'm sure, right, so I share that as well, so you can financial planning.
So like, my year. And, you know, back to the North Star, but also, I'm not, I can define.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I don't know, I'm so, well.
I love it.
Not, yeah, never was good, but it's like, I love making sure that.
Try it.
I'm ready.
Yes.
Now that we've got it in. But I don't really remember seeing where you were showing.
And I won't, I mean, it's just.
That's the word that coming from.
Kids that are, we're including families.
Yeah. And I think when I did it, we know. And actually, you know, that rigorously say that
This happens.
So we don't, you know, not to say that it's all. You know, that it's not, it's a little bit.
Great conversation. Figured.
Yes, I'm not. No.
Excellent. Thank you.
Other questions, comments?
You know, how do you?
Yes.
No.
Just trying to help us first and then. Last response. That's like And I'm also, I think we had teachers recently talk about that, and everything to be like that. Do the thing on, we're gonna be a player, father was a player, grandfather was a player, then we're doing this, myself, so like, we're trying to figure out.
Your faded destiny.
Part of my, like, how do you let them know that family is, and, like, their future is $70, like, yeah, and I don't want to.
And it's easy. And you don't want.
Yes.
But if they. You don't want to. You're not in the business because you had an information.
Yes.
We
take care of the I know.
Well, I think.
So I always think about. Yeah. Real world. So it's like.
Yeah.
Yes, we do have, we did add, in our action, like the strategy, one of the things was talking about high literacy instead of high literacy.
Can you tell us what it is? We had. You know, it might have. We ended up changing it to.
Yeah.
And so we all know I'm a teacher. We know that. Yeah, we know that there's. Okay, we're down to your last minute on this rotation, and we'll have one more rotation until.
You have.
And they write about something like. You know, when I first saw it,
I
like.
didn't think so.
I was jacked up, like. And then when you're might help me. We have it on you. We were doing a class on more standard. It's a how does it all happen to not live in not surface?
Yeah.
Not here, not here. The statement, yeah. I love giving some concepts. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess like. And then I know. Yeah. But like. One could argue, we don't very direct on like. Content.
All right, time to rotate, final rotation. Great work, thank your guests, thank your table host. Great conversation. Yeah, we're on the clock. Getting out of the transition to your next turn.
I'm gonna back up later.
No, I didn't transition.
All right. Oh, really?
We originally had student achievement. And so we do a lot of discuss it and really. Excellence in not a brain. We kind of talk about. Students can put their hand over it. Yeah.
Often just went straight to CTE.
The learning experience with achievement at the heart of it. And then, when we were looking at the feedback from the community, one of the elements was it sets a benchmark for excellence. And so we're like, how do we really grapple with that? We decided excellent learning experience.
That's where we started, and then we just wanted to get into our
Very
statement.
big. But also kind of gets you into, we know it's more than just the bare minimum of what it used to be of reading, writing.
Here, and then we felt that we were.
And so through that discussion, we landed on a statement that tried to be a bit more broad in regards to how we sustain students' experience while also recognizing growth potential.
And then.
So our statement is,
Also, Peter had the idea.
taking into account identity, history, and ability, we aim to create an environment accessible to all students. In these environments, students will be challenged to think critically, follow creative, and implement their understanding in a meaningful way, allowing them to engage with the world around them effectively.
We wanted to capture, right, that was CTE.
And so we're trying to capture all of that. And I would say that kind of leads into kind of two problems. One is student expectation.
Whatever. We first got not that. We're not.
And so we got landed really quickly on a fully consistent stuff. So how are we going to support them through that? So developing a professional development plan for teachers and educators that we really highlights the increasing
something happens. Also trying to leave it open to like.
We also identified that we need to create a vertical alignment within all of our grades. And making sure that students know the meaning of that and their access to after school. We identified that we want to do empathy interviews to get the student experience related to student learning. So empathy interviews, at least like that, like it is what is your experience? Be very mindful of who is choosing to get that one-on-one conversation. We also want to make sure that there's robust qualitative and quantitative data gathering. So we do really well with the qualitative, quantitative, so the numbers, but the qualitative is one. We want to make sure that we have the tenets of anti-bias education. So we do that and continuing to do our equity investing. And then making sure that we are preparing students for college and career readiness. That was kind of the first blush at some of the strategies that we have. We then really jumped to key progress indicators, which aligned with what they were before. Reporting to the state already. They also are research based on why we want to make sure it's integrated in every level. So we wanted to keep those. We also wanted to incorporate into it, to really identify the student perspective. And these two really dovetail into each other. This is that quantitative, because it's lighter scale and very little text box, whereas this is the qualitative example for them. So utilizing that, when we didn't know the specific domain, and then continuing with the post-second grade. Seeing how they're doing. And then as we had a little bit of time, we said, one of the activities that we need to do in order to support our staff through a professional learning plan is to make sure that's their goals for student learning growth goals. Tied to this work. A lot of fun, I apologize.
Yeah, so how will you be better at or not? I think I wasn't even what I was saying is, I'm in this process, because I'm willing to send her and wait on the voices of those who have been we got because
Say them one more time. In regards to one of the strategies. The word relevant matter.
So you did talk about families and another person made we need to have something specifically spoke to and
And so where do we strike three, like with what they're like about this and. Is it that's nothing that. And that's been the
Maybe it would be enough to say students engage in learning experiences. Or satisfactory, satisfactory, they are all in never changing future, something like that. Without adding relevant. The point is when you students come out. Whatever the student decides to do.
But we also do here.
Maybe adding the word relevant.
The reason for that. What's something that's changed?
And maybe there are relevant learning experiences for students that in schools.
And one focus.
Right, and like, it just said, well, that's not relevant to me, so somebody hasn't framed it in the right way, right? Because I can say, well, math is not really relevant to me, because I'm not gonna be a doctor, I don't take biology, right? But there's a lot to get out of biology that helps you
And so how do we continue
navigate the
to
world.
support really wherever
My, husband was your first grade, God bless him, clean the bathroom, I was so excited. And he's in there, and he got.
the learning environments that inclusive. That's wrong, John.
And I knew that because I had chemistry and it's probably not.
Things by
Like,
creating.
there are things, I'm not a chemist, I'm not a doctor, but I know not to take medicine. And it was like, because I remember that. Chemistry class, right? Like, you might not do it in your career. That means it's not relevant. And I can't remember, yeah. Well, learning, yeah.
Started and now.
Learning, and unless we like, for some reason, at whatever point, foster development has like taught them that like.
So I think that those are some
curious.
Quick moments that I can see.
And so even if you put something in front of me that isn't my career, but it could be like my kind of part of the person, like, if I have somebody kind of sell it.
Identity.
We're gonna feel relevant.
And one, the transfer, the further section here, started down in conversation, but we didn't have time for that. Identity inclusion, and it was the idea of like, and then what if the relevant is routine enough that expect someone else more, or like have more empathy for someone else, like if we're relevant, so you can understand overall, like not
And
like what does it do
their
for
ability,
me,
how they.
but like how does this make me a better community member, and so that how is it serving the community? Like, because some people needs to do this, and like, maybe if I just get a little glimpse of it in high school, and then when I interact with that adult in the future, I have a little bit more empathy or respect for what they, the skills that they have. And there was,
Delivered, I guess, or what kind of.
I think it's hard to quantify, like, do the students feel like it matters that they're there?
The other goals will inform the climate.
Because there's all that, let's take that, you know, maybe they even know it doesn't know with their future, but for some reason that. Person that make it feel like it matters that they're there, and that it's part of their training, and they're happy that it's they're learning it, the content's like secondary, but they're still learning a lot because it feels relevant to them. And so trying to figure out, say, pressure on the institutions, this taking care about the.
So what they kind of extra learning experience is they have a good.
I think that it's also kind of a challenge for, and there's English to use as a teacher. You had a lot of conversations with teachers, where they're frustrated, like, gosh, kids just don't take care of my content, and I love my content so much.
You're gonna do all these other goals, which is like.
Get what,
How we academically prepare.
and, yeah, conversations about like, how you feel
How do we better, like, I'm not.
think about how you're presenting the content, how are you engaging them in the learning?
To be able to be right. You know what I mean, like.
So you
Most
see-
of most of the learning and all that is gonna be great. It's into. Or at the end of the day, also they have, so I'm gonna be like. All that, color, and much about. They still need to act in school.
And I think in the strategies too, like, there's some of the concrete things, in the strategies, there's like a whole section around like.
Right, so I guess I'm like thinking about problem solving, this is good, but it's like there's a more body other goal.
Yeah.
It's
Those
also
kinds of
figured out,
things, because the thing is, right, at the more concrete skills, like the goal, and it just kept.
Right.
Like word salad, or like.
Yeah.
Those three different things, like, were just really interesting, because I go there, but like, I think it's bringing on people that really what like it matters, that they're in the class, and that it's something about it.
They don't really live that, right?
Right.
Actually,
That's kind of like the ultimate thing, that they feel like every class matters.
So let me see what I can answer to you, and if you can see. So one of the things that we felt for these strategies before, they really were objective. And Jen Wilson, who's our master TOSA, she really came in and said, I can see the students eligible. I can make sure that they pass. There's a distinct difference between I completed that task and I never want to touch math again because it was the hardest thing to ever do. Or I now love math, but I'm gonna go into a field that supports, that supports that. And so really, we have, this is 1 minute to go. So, but it moves forward into that it's not just that you awesome, you got that credit and you were grueling and miserable and I was pulling your teeth the entire time. It was challenging for them, for they have that personal satisfaction. While still doing that, does that kind of answer?
I guess, I just don't want, right?
Right, right.
How we, it's that balance to get them strong and not set for and. I guess it's not gonna work. Right, we feel like we are. Big expectations, because it's like, well, we don't know supervise the beginning, and that's not true, right? Because with equity mechanisms, we're actually saying that these people.
Okay, everyone, conversation, so we're taking a 10-minute break, 10-minute break until 3 o'clock, so the board is. And at back to your seats, the board is back in session, and Rob will take it away here in a minute. As you all get back to your seats.
Amazing work, amazing work. So we're down to our last 45 minutes. We're gonna have a 30 minutes, just discussion, debriefing, the feedback you got from your peers and kind of final thoughts on that. And this is a link, the sixth link to the decision-making chain is the commitment to follow through. So the commitment to follow through, what's gonna happen next is after you do this debrief, I'm gonna send out, and the facilitators kind of fill in the form, the Google Doc there, final thoughts of your group. We're gonna send that out to the whole group for another round of feedback and give you, a week or two to kind of think about, you might be driving away and think about something, read it later. You may have felt, more thoughts, right? Thoughts when they sit around you, you get new thoughts, or you talk to other people in your group or your community, you get more ideas. So we'll give you a round to take a look at that, give the feedback back, and then we're gonna bring that to the administrative team there, who will kind of synthesize things, get it to board leadership, and then get it to the board with a eventual goal of being able to approve new goal statements and in the fall sometime, right, Ryan? Yep. So that'll be the goal. And I think you've done amazing work. I think that fish is in the boat now. I think you were there. It's just a matter of just wrapping it up, cleaning and cooking. Enjoy it. Okay, so go ahead, you have 30 minutes to debrief that last experience, and then we'll wrap up with a final activity where we all get to stand up and kind of just share out some thoughts going away. All right. So I'm gonna set the timer for 30 minutes.
Someone literally is all of your my basis. I thought I believe under elementary and you can tell that by my strategy. I understood that. I asked. That's what that means. Underlying just be able to stick that pointed out. That's like that. One, two, really touches. But I was feeling not that. One in the vote that made a lot of that can be because they want to be prepared for the word upward. It's a lot where it kind of like that allows and you're that kind of I'm hoping for that good wondering. And there was some, but that came out, well, there are just and he came out wellness. And then this is like that dynamic, and so I think some good things there that happened. Ready for the. And it's just great for the vocational. And they were like, a lot. And so the interesting about the I think everyone's voice. But there. It sounds like.
There's that same sentiment. You know, as a result.
And this idea, like. Well, it's not. Unintentionally service that, which is like. And everybody thinks they're going back to my. Just wondering.
So much now.
There are, like, yeah. It's true, it was explicitly. We have to work it. There's something, right, or some people are.
They do never have to worry, I've never, like.
Yeah. People really. But there's I felt like.
We got to be careful with that.
They want to, like, he is a. Support stuff, right? It's like that in the end, and the thing we talked about, right? There was. And I think that ended up being one of the things that came up, as a tunnel strand that highlighted, like not see was, but I think people in every group that are feeling about that. And I think that people like where that from are all. Highlights how much that is a part of the conversation that people are in, the jobs and the jobs that. So just to that residents. And then that's.
Second sentence.
Nice and that always comes up.
I would say to achieve, two words, or three words.
The language over here, yeah, it's just people suggested. It's not been up there. I just have a question. So. I feel like Rob, I think I'm.
You gotta have the.
Yeah.
Right?
And then, okay, I feel a little bit better. I don't want to get that.
Yeah.
It's not, it would, it's not very nice because it's like, it would be really hard, you know. Okay. Where we can show that it's. That's. Also with that makes it a little bit better because this is. Thought about strategies. I think one of the things that I understanding the was how really appreciating everyone that and then wondering what that is like for strategy. Hearing from people. We really think that. What we were talking about. Yeah, I love it. But it is like, how do I make you know, that's after with that.
where I say.
You're just learning. Well, and sometimes, I mean, I think. I want my, so I like to engage in such water for that. And I say, do you want to drink your water out of the green cup or the red cup? And now they're invested in saying, no, I'm gonna give them the sorry.
So this is nice. I'm like, you want to give them their license to do that.
The goal is
So
like.
on one hand, I land there,
Making water
but on the other hand, that's like got my job. It's literally about conversations about how to.
And so I feel like challenge, it's not on my face, so
Together can just and so there's this funny. There is not. So think about experience and in reality, we are attending to. We are attending to the medical counselor experience.
Their
in
voice.
So I don't know. It's intense.
And that's what I'm. And you know. And so. It seems like. We should be running out of. But if we're talking about figuring out ways to financial. What aspects now. I also realized. Oh, yeah.
Take care of it. And
Yeah, we'd love to hear.
And to be clear, this will change my job, meaning you will take that off there. Because I'm gonna get that. What's the expectation?
You don't have to say, oh, you actually can make it because right now you're not doing it. Understand.
I think that's a good question. We are here. Yeah. So I think it's great because it is a different, and that's why I think that's what, like, makes that, what is that?
But I think that's my question is my understanding. What is it? Like, I think that is a case by case.
That's what we do now.
Right? And so I don't, I mean, I stuck with them things that are outside.
I'm just doing it every day. That's creating a horrible.
Within the scope of like
That's students.
preventing
Sometimes
some
you need
crisis or
that's great.
situation. I don't know if that that says, oh, this situation is on paper to be tracked, and it isn't being shown. And that flexibility, that we want to preserve that.
I'm not. Pushing back and say, I want.
Yeah, that one, is a nightmare balance. And I think that could be, in our, Susan and I are to get clarity where we might enter. You're not saying that community with no idea about what possibly going on. We can provide, we can provide them instead of equity and decisions and outcomes and talking about So sometimes I feel like people make a decision, and then they're like, this is the decision, how can I do? Equity language to justify the decision. So that,
And that is a trick, that's probably good. We did invite. That's where we have the sort parents and parents. And so the weaponize like that. With that. Yes. And therefore the highlighted.
and people start to see it as a tool or check on
Which does the insurance services. We're gonna. Yeah. It's also a non.
I guess I want to make sure, especially. If a baby starts to see your mother along our neck, that doesn't mean that baby. It just means that we won't have words of that we are out. In that particular situation, we may not be bringing the bill to solve that problem. But we're still gonna need resources. We're not gonna get it. It's not needed. And that's why I'm saying, have the conversation where you come in. That this is outside the scope. But there are some additional resources.
That's like, our data around.
You're trying to get our classes to look more like so. Whatever.
And what I'm really pushing about is.
And it's also like, we made a decision that we wanted more snow in our event. That was a decision made before we subsidized. The actual.
One is what we're the middle. Take care for myself, and right now, like. White strategy. Take care of
You're not, and actually when like inform that way, we've made a different decision.
We're trying to like. Them out of pressure and the healthy lines, right? So that's the image. I'm gonna read that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, I like that one, but people don't even look at that. This is like, oh, that doesn't feel like.
The thing about that. What comes to
Right.
Great. Is that what you said?
I mean, don't put it in.
I'm not gonna, I'm gonna try not to.
Because that. That's why. Straight face. You know, that way. That was just. Curious how that feedback on my plans. The other people in the group that were comfortable with it first place, I was curious to see, does that, you go, oh wow, that's a great line or what are your? I was, you sent in for that. So it was really great. Yeah. Give them all these skills and people like their houses. Make that last.
Where we.
Closing.
Not having got over to the summer down back to school, prepare you for school. That's a good point.
Yeah, and this is all, okay, it's not like. So it's all. I was doing like so. Yeah, it's now. And I cried. But like. I see those things that are like. Somebody tells me I need to take a bubble bath and then it's gonna be my. You know what I mean? Like, you're still on the things get your sides. Yeah. I'll tell you a line of like. How it feels like. It feels like you're going in the direction that I wasn't that.
I think y'all get the idea. One of the things that popped up here to be. Well, I was gonna say, like, whatever it's our team about, let's just support y'all in your society.
One of the things I appreciated. Like, it's so heavy. So I think about that. I go back and replace it with something that's staying the same day.
Every goal is like, oh, goal.
This is a financial. Already. When I hear about our purpose, it is basically the.
Yeah.
When students go in. And we should have an ecosystem like this. It was a brand new. So I don't think it's to be part of the. I want them to be my kids.
I want to go back to the statements. If you were to say,
Yeah. And I have.
If I can say that, not a word.
Then I'll go to the conversation system.
one more step.
It's all. It's coming back as hard to know.
And that's it. It also feels like even as we're talking about, I actually ask that question. I feel like that's the, like, it's a word that resonates a lot for me, that's anyway, like, we got the ability to. And it's been used in ways like, it just, that's, like, that is actually one of the things that is true.
I understand like why I'm having.
All about that. We're so long. That bar here. Because now there's no way. Students that they so.
I would.
I supported it to finish. Like, and there's an important thing. These services. Built in ours.
Very hard to talk about. It's very hard to
Great example. Right? So it really is.
Students are recognized.
And I think that I'm thinking about resilience from a psychological perspective. But when I think about it from a professional perspective, it's like, oh yeah, resilience is that thing for yourself. Because that really out of the house.
Look at resilience.
Like, oh, well, that person had never accepted you, then you can have that repeat. So you should overlook the whole thing and not go there, right? Like, that's. And you can go on, right? This is one or the other. But I see the tension of resilience as a tool for convincing people who are not really that it wasn't as bad as they think it was. Because they're not as distracted as they may be.
That's what I was. That gives them, I really just didn't think somebody's telling me to.
Yeah.
Working to develop that.
I don't feel like our work right now.
No, but is there strategies that tie to this? Like, we try- And if you develop.
It's not.
It's not.
Yeah. But, I'm less worried about it.
It doesn't have any. Not having something like problem or experience necessarily anyway.
I was trying to get
So
the picture on it. You
so
said that.
someone-
I'm talking about here, and here. And so,
They rarely get an opportunity.
And then I see.
Yeah.
I guess.
Are you?
The core balance.
We would need to. So more.
Or it's just the goals. I support everything you said.
I could run to the district, I feel like is about. Like communities and then I don't know if that was used. Like, yeah, I support that. I vaccine. Yes. Because it does like this. And the vaccine is a criteria. Yeah, I mean, that's a goal of my program. No, but I will but he'll be there and he'll study. And then the second one was related too. Right. Really have an educational plan that.
I want
Before we go, we like to, but this group never got to say anything to them. So I got something. And where we started here, like here, they were not. Yeah, that's right. But you're gonna change it all.
So I think that is.
There is.
Yeah. Well, we can. And maybe you guys work that out. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it all as one thing. And it's for the advertising. And I have to do is say, here's the strategy, but I go, what is it? Yeah, it's not about having a like how we're how they're in the classroom. How we're learning about and stuff. What are those were some of the strategies. Yeah. And that's not really a strategy, it's just like, please think about this when you write the strategy.
Okay, we're gonna transition to our final activity in 3 minutes, so. 3 minutes.
We would, I guess, probably want to have it needs to be.
Not very clear. I want to additional table. With how much. Required for teachers. Things like. And how if you open up your.
My student has daughter. So I think that's part of, yeah, as we. I have no.
But so that's my felt like I was asking about it's right. Like everything about them is when I had the waiting list and shuffle happens, I don't know where, like, it's like, am I checking about it?
You also happen to have a negative relationship. Require.
Yeah, so it's that's the elevator and
sorry, yeah.
You don't have that.
I went because.
I would think about where she would.
All right.
That's what.
Okay, so for the final activity, we're gonna ask you to stand and stretch. And we actually have a stretch champion that's kind of, that, Nikki's, I've heard that can just help us. Yeah, let's form a big circle, form a big circle.
I'll just go down to Travis. You're welcome. Wow. I do stretch every day. I don't know that I'm a stretch, whatever you call me. Champion. I have never engaged in a stretching competition. I don't think stretching, for that stretching is to make your body feel good. Get some lubrication in your joints. And so we'll go ahead and just start. You're gonna start with some head circles, and I'm just gonna time it. So you can go as slow or fast as feel good to you. And you're just gonna roll it one way for a little bit, and then I'll pause this and we'll change direction. About 5 more seconds here. She said. And then you can change direction and roll your head the other way. And stay in a sticky spot. I like to close my eyes. I don't know, somehow it helps me. I help you get more relaxed. The hard work. And then bring your head back to center. We'll do some arm circles. We're just gonna work our way down our body. So we'll start with our neck. Let's do some backward. Or you can go one direction, then we're gonna change. So just go one direction. Oh, my Apple Watch is happy with this. It's like you're finally moving. Maybe you had your buttons here all day. Or backwards, change direction, whatever works you were going. I've heard the big. I'm saying cat cow, is that okay?
Thanks for calling me out.
So we started with our neck, we did some shoulders, now we're gonna get into the hips, and so you're just gonna do a real gentle forward fold. The thing about forward fold that I think is important, you don't wanna like pull your hamstring. But it is really important to just dangle and have your head face back between your eyes are pointing back between your legs. You're not looking up and seeing if everybody else is doing it right, but you're actually just like hanging out. And sometimes if I'm like, oh, that feels good, I want to deepen it, I'll grab elbows, and it actually, even though it's the same old arms, when I grab my elbows, we're gonna make my body a little heavier. If you want a little deeper stretch. Got into the hips, and then just slowly roll up.
Does it make you look that I'm not a good student in math, nor am I a good student in PE? I'm just being snarky.
All right, so we did hips, we'll do a little bit in the leg. So we're gonna just kind of circle, huh? Oh, very good. Yes. Okay, apparently people want more hip opening, we've been stimulating. So, you're welcome to use a table, and you're just moving that hip, and you can do like 3 back and 3 forward on one side, and then switch. Sorry, Leah, I was doing adaptive, and I got the champion. They are. Okay. Okay, but do a little bit more. Other side, if you haven't. The special request.
That's our favorite one we do.
Oh, sorry. Next time we can just do a rotating. Well, that's my favorite.
No, we like you.
I think we kind of worked it down.
Thank you. So, stay where you're at. Okay, oh, don't go back to your seats. Don't go back to your seat. All right, so, what final activity, just closing thoughts, like a thought you had about today, a takeaway you want to go out with, an appreciation, anything along those lines, and you can raise your hand, or when you have the beach ball, it's your turn to share. And remember, beach ball is full of stripes, right? And we all speak from the stripe we're on, okay? And we all try to understand the perspectives of people that are on other stripes. So who would like to share first?
Okay.
Wow.
There.
Because you know what, if you go first and you have your word in your head and nobody else will take it. Anyway, thank you, collective. And do I just throw it?
Yeah, whoever, yeah, I think whoever's, you're gonna throw it or. Okay, yeah, we'll break, that's okay. Yeah, just keep, okay, good, that's perfect.
Okay, thanks, Carlos. Great engagement. I'm just throwing it. Oh.
A lot of open containers.
Yes,
Maybe like trying to go long is not a good. plan.
yeah. That's great feedback. So, and we'll get another ball in play so we can go around too, so. First and then Ryan.
I don't know.
That's okay, it's okay to not know. Thank you for being here.
Connection.
Yeah, this is more than one word, better than last time.
That's good, yeah, you can use more than, you can use more than. Yeah, you can definitely do, you can definitely do more than one word.
Go, Marcia, go, Marcia. Partnerships. Exciting. We're here for you.
Go ahead, Lauren. Productive. I'm going to say, one word, there was a lot of listening.
Yeah, that's good. You can use more than one word if you want. You don't have to just limit it.
Meaningful work.
For me, I think it's a school board stand on the shoulders of its giants.
Good.
I already have.
Got it.
Oh, I'm not ready, are you ready? Interconnected. Oh.
Energizing.
No, that's.
Interesting.
Sentence structuring is hard. Right there.
Learning together.
Infinite game.
Fast.
Bonding.
Bonding. What did you say? Bonding.
Bonding.
Bonding, I think said funding, I'm like, energized. Energized. Is it everything goes? I didn't go. I was trying to avoid it.
All right, so I'm thinking about one word, so I'm gonna go between one word and a speech.
That's good.
Just want to say really, I want us to reflect this about this day for the next 5 years. It's gonna be hard work and we're building the foundations of hard work. So thank you. I'm grateful for it.
Okay, I said forward.
All right.
I said one and I'm one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with, relevant and ever changing.
Productive. Thank you for including me. This was enlightening.
Perspective, it was interesting to see different perspectives and how they were communicated. Thanks for inviting me.
All right, I was torn between growth and gratitude, or just calling out our healthy community.
This is a tough one. So, I'm gonna go with subversive. And you're welcome to ask me if you want to know why I think that.
I like it.
Challenging. In a good way.
It's a good thing.
We have challenging in our statement, so it better be a good thing.
perspective. It was nice to have lots of different perspectives. I appreciated that.
Took my word, I need to do a first next time. So I will just say, I am a big proponent of board goal 5.
Yes.
I'm gonna go with excellent, because that brought lots of discussion out today, so go with excellent. Excellent.
This one's for Jen, but I think this process for me was a productive struggle, so.
It was a good word. It could be said twice.
Oh.
Back corner.
Back there.
Yeah.
Kelly, behind you.
Okay, all right, so in conclusion, so here's another story about Isaiah. So Isaiah, this is the boy that caught the big fish, right? He came home on Mother's Day. You know how at preschool they send their kids home with little plants, right? And of course, he like brings this plant, it's just got one leaf, and he goes, I go, what do you want to do with it? He goes, well, I want to plant it in the ground. I'm like, okay, so I planted it, and it turned out to be a morning glory. Have you ever had a morning glory before? And like, it started taking over, and I thought, wow, that's interesting. And so I took a couple more pictures of it, and that was like one leaf. And it just kept expanding with these beautiful purple flowers and these heart-shaped leaves, and every day it started growing more. So finally I had to actually dig it out from where it was and take it down and put it by the fence. And it just a really fascinating plant. And then so I started doing some studying about these plants. And what I realized, I mean, it's beautiful, beautiful, you know, a flower like that. But what's interesting about the morning glory is that they bloom for one day, right? So they work, they bloom for one day and then they fold, right? So this one right here, that bloomed on that day. And this is in the afternoon, and that one's gonna bloom on the next day, and they work and work and work, and they live for one day and they die, and then they form a seed, okay? And then those seeds, you know, populate everywhere. And then so pretty soon you get some pretty cool, if you're strategic about where you plant these things, they're annuals, they don't come back. But they do come back because they plant those little seeds everywhere and they keep spreading and growing. They grow, they climb, they spread. And so what I want to say is, if you want some beautiful purple flowers, they like sunlight, they like water, they don't care what kind of dirt they're in, they grow in anything practically. And what I hope for all of you, Corvallis, is that the ideas that you shared today, the seeds grow and grow and grow and take over and spread everywhere and do the deep, deep work that I know you all wanted to do. So, and even though it may only live for a day, it keeps on spreading the love because of how it's designed, right? So there you go. If you do want to take a couple seeds home, I'm serious about the offer. I even brought a few paper plastic bags. So anyways, thank you for the wonderful experience. You'll get email feedback, we'll collect that, and then we'll get this in front of the board for decision time.
Yeah, before we do that, Kim didn't share either. Do you have a word you want to? No. Kim said no to her. And before we leave, I did want to say thank you to all the community partners that volunteered their time today and all the staff that showed up today and spent the day with us as a board. I really appreciate you all and all your input. And I'm looking forward to seeing everything compiled and getting that out there for first read for you all in the future. So thank you for your time. And if you want to leave, you can. Just please do it quietly because we're going to move right into the CEA contract actions. And so that we are in session. I can stand here and just do this. It's like, does anyone wish to make a motion?
I'll move.
Moved by Judah, is there a second? Second by Sammy, any discussion?
Yes, I'll be brief. Well, thank you, Lou. In favor of the motion of approving the tentative agreements, I want to just share my gratitude to Ryan, district leadership, and for Krista and the team that was on the other side of the OEA, the CAA, really finding how can we support our teachers and staff and make sure we have a fair agreement. I'm supportive of this motion because it's the best thing we can do to support our teachers. So with that, I would encourage a vote yes, and gratitude for everybody.
Thanks, Sammy. Any other board member comments? Okay, it has been moved by Judah and seconded by Sammy to approve the contract with CEA for 2023 to 2026. And I will go around. Sammy?
Aye.
Shauna?
Aye.
Therese?
Aye.
Why? Chris? Yeah, I was like, I'm looking right at you, Chris. What did you say?
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye. And I vote aye, it passes unanimously. There, the motion passes. Okay, and with that, we are, with no further business, the meeting is adjourned at 3:50 p.m.